The way Mangesh Kudalkar's premises were vandalized in Kurla. So we've seen what has happened in Pune. We've seen what's happened in Kurla in Mumbai. There are also some other reports. Eknath Shinde's effigy ink was thrown at it. Are these countermeasures that the MLAs are taking through their supporters and within the Shiv Sena? Is it now very clear that when action is taken against the 38 rebels, it could lead to a fight breaking out on the streets between supporters of these 38 MLAs and the Shiv Sena, that is with Uddhav Thackeray?
Well, with the statements that we've heard, because earlier when Sanjay Raut, senior Shiv Sena leader, was speaking, he had clearly indicated that the guys the Shiv Sena cadre, Shiv Sena leaders who are camping in Guwahati just need to come back. They can have a word with the CM, they can speak to him, and then they'll be allowed in the party. They can raise their concerns. Even CM Uddhav Thackeray, when he addressed media through video conferencing or through his videos, he mentioned the same thing, that if the rebels feel that he is not fit to be the CM, he can step down. But the rebel leaders need to speak to him. But again, there came another statement where they again mentioned this thing. Sanjay Raut also mentioned, and Uddhav Thackeray had also mentioned, that they are not going to forgive these rebels. And that is why now it seems that the period where they could be forgiven, the rebels could be forgiven, is over. The disqualification process has been initiated for 16 MLAs, and there could be action against them. There could be action initiated by Uddhav Thackeray and his loyal cadres against the rebels. There could be disqualification also. A legal battle could start very soon between the rebel leaders and Uddhav's Shiv Sena. Meanwhile, these protesters, as we see over here, have gathered in support of Eknath Shinde. This is a show of strength being done by the local supporters of Eknath Shinde. And as you pointed out, that there could be, in future, there could be trouble between the supporters of Uddhav Shiv Sena and the supporters of Eknath Shinde. So it is suspected by the police, and that is why measures are being taken by police officials. Section 144 is being imposed. Security is being beefed up at residences of these leaders. Huge police presence can be seen in areas, in sensitive areas, where huge presence of Shiv Sena workers is there from both the sides, and that is why police has also imposed sections like 144 and few other sections, so that no untoward incident happens, so that no law and order situation happens.
Give me a moment. I quickly want to cut across to Guwahati, even as we continue this conversation in Mumbai. Paulami Saha joins us on a very crucial meeting that's taking place in the Eknath Shinde camp. The 38 rebels plus the 9 or 10 independent MLAs who are there in Guwahati. Paulami, bring us details of this conference. What's this about now?
Well, this is a very crucial meeting that is started inside the Hotel Radisson Blu. This is the Eknath Shinde camp, meeting and strategizing the future course of action. They will obviously be discussing details of, the notices which are yet to be received by them. Of course, we are reporting that there shortly to be issued from the Deputy Speaker's office that 16 of these rebel MLAs are expected to receive. So exactly how are they going to proceed forward with that, especially now with the Deputy Speaker also rejecting the no confidence motion that they've moved against him around the 22nd of June, because they believe that his decision to in fact remove Eknath Shinde as leader of the Shiv Sena Legislative Party and appoint Ajay Chaudhary was an invalid and illegal decision, and that has now been dismissed by the Deputy Speaker. So he, of course, is going to take further action now after, of course, issuing summons to them to appear before him in the Maharashtra Legislative Assembly. So they're going to discuss all of that, and at 4 p.m. there will be a press conference that will be addressed, a video press conference that will be addressed through a video link by Deepak Kesandar, a rebel MLA who is, of course, inside Radisson Blu. He is a former MOS home as well. So we will, of course, know at that 4 p.m. briefing, Gaurav, exactly what has been decided by this faction in Guwahati.
And so far, the rebel faction says that the national executive meeting of the Shiv Sena is pressure tactics. That is what Deepak Kesarkar said a short while back in that conversation with India Today's Sahil Joshi. Is that how the rebel camp views this? Polami, also the information that that Sanjay Raut gave, saying that at least 10 of these rebels are in touch with Uddhav Thackeray, and they were in touch with Uddhav Thackeray even as that conversation was happening between Uddhav Thackeray and Sharad Pawar and NCP top leadership. Is there an apprehension some of them could actually go back to the Uddhav Sena fold?
Well, Gaurav, between having a conversation over phone calls, over text messages with Uddhav Thackeray or his team in Mumbai, and of course joining forces back with the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena faction, there's a huge amount of difference, and a lot can happen in between the two. The fact that Mr. Raut claims that there are those who are in touch with Mr. Uddhav Thackeray at his offices in Mumbai, that cannot be discounted. Yes, that is happening as well. There are attempts, of course, made by the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction.
Polami, stay with me for a moment. We'll continue this conversation. We're getting the images from inside that national executive meet. Let's listen in.
मला म्हणेल मी मध्ये पडणार नाही त्यांचा निर्णय त्याला घेऊन मी नाही मध्ये पडणार मग तो ठराव मंजूर झाल्यानंतर शेवटच्या सत्रात जेव्हा शिवसेना प्रमुख आले त्यांनी सर्वांना विचारलं होतं की हे जे केलंय ते तुम्हाला मान्य मी त्याला सांगतो तुम्ही जरी थांबवायला हे काय करताय मला म्हणेल मी मध्ये पडणार नाही त्यांचा निर्णय त्याला घेऊन मी नाही मध्ये पडणार मग तो ठराव मंजूर झाल्यानंतर शेवटच्या सत्रात जेव्हा शिवसेना प्रमुख आले त्यांनी सर्वांना विचारलं होतं की हे जे केलंय ते तुम्हाला मान्य मी त्याला सांगतो तुम्ही जरी थांबवायला हे काय करताय मला म्हणेल मी मध्ये पडणार नाही त्यांचा निर्णय त्याला घेऊन मी नाही मध्ये पडणार मग तो ठराव मंजूर झाल्यानंतर शेवटच्या सत्रात जेव्हा शिवसेना प्रमुख आले त्यांनी सर्वांना विचारलं होतं की हे जे केलंय ते तुम्हाला मान्य मी त्याला सांगतो तुम्ही जरी थांबवायला हे काय करताय मला म्हणेल मी मध्ये पडणार नाही त्यांचा निर्णय त्याला घेऊन मी नाही मध्ये पडणार मग तो ठराव मंजूर झाल्यानंतर शेवटच्या सत्रात जेव्हा शिवसेना प्रमुख आले त्यांनी सर्वांना विचारलं होतं की हे जे केलंय ते तुम्हाला मान्य मी त्याला सांगतो तुम्ही जरी थांबवायला हे काय करताय मला म्हणेल मी मध्ये पडणार नाही त्यांचा निर्णय त्याला घेऊन मी नाही मध्ये पडणार मग तो ठराव मंजूर झाल्यानंतर शेवटच्या सत्रात जेव्हा शिवसेना प्रमुख आले त्यांनी सर्वांना विचारलं होतं की हे जे केलंय ते तुम्हाला मान्य मी त्याला सांगतो तुम्ही जरी थांबवायला हे काय करताय मला म्हणेल मी मध्ये पडणार नाही त्यांचा निर्णय त्याला घेऊन मी नाही मध्ये पडणार मग तो ठराव मंजूर झाल्यानंतर शेवटच्या सत्रात जेव्हा शिवसेना प्रमुख आले त्यांनी सर्वांना विचारलं होतं की हे जे केलंय ते तुम्हाला मान्य मी त्याला सांगतो तुम्ही जरी थांबवायला हे काय करताय मला म्हणेल मी मध्ये पडणार नाही त्यांचा निर्णय त्याला घेऊन मी नाही मध्ये पडणार मग तो ठराव मंजूर झाल्यानंतर शेवटच्या सत्रात जेव्हा शिवसेना प्रमुख आले त्यांनी सर्वांना विचारलं होतं की हे जे केलंय ते तुम्हाला मान्य मी त्याला सांगतो तुम्ही जरी थांबवायला काय करताय
Polami, a show of strength taking place at two different locations. Eknath Shinde camp in Guwahati and Uddhav Thackeray addressing the national executive meet of the Shiv Sena in Mumbai, talking about his father and the legacy, Polami.
That's right. In fact, that is what Uddhav Thackeray has been endorsing in the past as well. Yesterday, when he, in fact, via video conference, he was speaking to the Shiv Sena and his leaders of the party who are with him at the moment. He said the same thing, that this is the blood and sweat of Balasaheb Thackeray. And what they've done today is betray that while, of course, going ahead. How can they call themselves, in fact, followers of Balasaheb Thackeray when they basically are using abusive language, making baseless allegations against the same Thackeray family itself? He, in fact, challenged them that indeed, if you have the courage to fight it out on your own, and you do believe that you are mass leaders, then you should go out there and basically give up the name of Balasaheb Thackeray, give up the name of Shiv Sena, and then go fight on your own mind and then, of course, bring voters on board with you as well. So he has been invoking the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray, and he, of course, has been speaking about how he has no sense of attachment to anything. It took him, he said, just a snap decision to walk out of Russia and move back to Maharashtra because it was not his choice. As he said, he never had a lust for power. It was not his choice to become the chief minister. It was, of course, the decision of all the allies who asked him to become the chief minister. He said, this is not what I dreamt about ever, to becoming the chief minister. If someone else wanted to be the chief minister, they could have spoken to me. They could have had a conversation and a dialogue with me because this is not what I was thirsting for. This power, I was not thirsting for it. But for them to have betrayed me when I was unwell, when I was recovering, I had to go through back-to-back operations and surgeries. For them to have betrayed me at such a crucial time when the state was battling the COVID-19 pandemic, was one of the worst affected, and our entire energies and resources were dedicated towards it, and because of which I couldn't meet people at that point of time. As their challenge and their allegation is that I don't meet people. We were facing pandemic. We were facing COVID-19 pandemic soon after we came to power in November 2019. In 2020, the pandemic hit us, and that is what I was battling with. I had to keep some amount of distance, but it doesn't mean that I wasn't taking decisions. It doesn't mean that I wasn't listening to the people on the ground. I, in fact, convened a cabinet meeting straight away 1 week after coming out of the Operation Theatre. So this is how I have been working, and that is the emotional sort of appeal. Of course, he went on to say yesterday, specifically, that I'm not using emotional blackmail. I am not binding you. I'm not holding you back. It is entirely your decision. It is a democracy. You have every right to think about yourself and then take a call for yourself. I'm not going to bind you, but do realize that this is betrayal. This is backstabbing. This is you not following in the footsteps of Balasaheb Thackeray. And as far as Shiv Sena is concerned, it is like a big badam cheese, as he said.
Stay with me, Paulomi. Give me a moment. There's a big story we are breaking here on India Today as we show you images of the Sena versus Sena war spilling out to newer areas across Maharashtra. The Shinde Sena has demanded that Uddhav Thackeray break the alliance with the Congress and with the NCP. There are protests and there are counter-protests that are taking place. So while Shiv Sainik's loyal to Uddhav Thackeray are using ink and black paint to tarnish and cover the blacken the face of Eknath Shinde. This is happening in Palghar. We're showing you one image of Palghar on your television screen. There are massive protests outside Shinde's home in Thane in favor of Eknath Shinde against the alliance with the Congress and the NCP. What we are also being told is Ramdas Kadam's son, Yogesh Kadam, his office has also been vandalized, and Shinde's son's office is also being vandalized. So massive protests are now breaking out in different parts of Maharashtra. And I want to come back to Paulomi Saha for more on the story. Paulomi, pressure tactics, intimidation tactics. You've been speaking to leaders and supporters of the rebel camp in Guwahati. Did they wargame this? Are they scared of this?
Well, as you can see, in fact, because we're putting out images of some of the agitations that are happening against the rebel MLAs, Eknath Shinde has also posted images of Shiv Sainiks who are in favor of these MLAs, who are in favor of the Eknath Shinde faction, and who basically protested and staged dharnas as well in areas like Buldana assembly seats, where they've demanded that Uddhav Thackeray break this alliance. So this Mahavikas Aghadi alliance, and that is what we are saying. And the allegation is, the specific allegation is that the NCP is in fact trying to finish the Shiv Sena. The specific allegation is that the NCP is trying to destroy the Shiv Sena. This is all an NCP plot in order to finish the Shiv Sena and its existence in Maharashtra. And it is for Uddhav Thackeray now to stem that. And it is for Uddhav Thackeray now to realize that there is a conspiracy against him, and he should end this immediately and snap it in the bud before, of course, it destroys the Shiv Sena. And what the other camp is telling you is that what this rebel camp is doing is basically destroying the Shiv Sena. They are basically challenging the Shiv Sena. And yesterday, in fact, Uddhav Thackeray specifically said that it is the BJP which is instigating this clash within the Shiv Sena. He said that the BJP just watches on from the sidelines. It will have you fight. It is going to employ the use and show policy. It is going to use you and show you. It is watching us as we fight, as we sit back, watches from the sideline and adopts the so-called quote-unquote wait and watch mode. It is the BJP which is to be blamed. So the rebel faction blaming the NCP, Gaurav, and the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction blaming the Bharatiya Janata Party. As you can see on your screens right now, all of protests that have broken out across the state, agitations that are happening across the state of members of both factions who have stepped out in order to register their agitation. There are two camps that are protesting out on the streets. One is the camp of Uddhav Thackeray, which is out on the streets and is even engaging in vandalism, is in fact attacking the offices of Shiv Sena MLAs, rebel MLAs who are in fact in the Radisson Blu Hotel. As you can see, there are images of those vandalism as well that happened in Mangesh Kudalkar's office in Thane. Now Yogesh Kadam, who is in fact the son of Ramdas Kadam, a very senior and a stalwart member of the Shiv Sena, who's in fact been upset with the Shiv Sena for a very, very long time. His office has also been attacked because Yogesh Kadam has joined the ranks of Eknath Shinde. So that is happening on the one end. Of course, Sanjay Raut, when he was asked about this question and when he was told about the vandalism and the fact that security has been withdrawn, and Eknath Shinde and company are alleging that security was withdrawn, and immediately Shiv Seniks, in fact, who are beholden to the Uddhav Thackeray faction, went on a rampage on the streets, attacking establishments that belonged to the rebel MLAs, including their offices.
In fact, this is actually now intensifying polemic to different parts. And Sanjay Raut, in that conversation with India Today a short while back, said that ye to trailer hai. Wait till you see the movie. The Uddhav Sena versus Eknath Sena tussle has turned ugly. Violence is being reported in different parts of Maharashtra. Angry Sainiks have vandalized offices of rebel Shiv Sena MLAs. They are burning their effigies. Let's begin by telling you the incident that took place in Pune, where rebel MLA Tanaji Sawant's office was vandalized. Sena workers have issued an open threat saying the rebel MLAs will not be able to walk the streets of Maharashtra. Uddhav Sena workers also vandalized rebel MLA Mangesh Kudalkar's office in Kurla. They threw black ink and eggs at posters of Eknath Shinde, angry at what they said was Uddhav Thackeray being stabbed in the back at a time when he wasn't even well. Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut, in an exclusive conversation with India Today, said this was just a trailer. The real picture is yet to unfold. Meanwhile, Union Minister Ramdas Athavale has condemned this violence, and he said it is for the law and order machinery to ensure that there is no violence on the streets of Maharashtra.
ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि कानूनी पेच जो है लगातार फंसा हुआ है और कानूनी कोर्ट का सहारा ले सकते हैं विधायक, जिस तरह से उनको डराया धमकाया, जो चेतावनी
किसी को डराया धमकाया नहीं है। ये फालतू का काम हम नहीं करते, सिर्फ डराना और धमकाना। हम एक्शन वाला काम कर लेते हैं,
सीधा एक्शन करते हैं।
हाँ करेंगे ना, उसमें क्या है, कर लेंगे।
ऐसे आप करेंगे तो वो डरेंगे आने से। किसी का ऑफिस आप तोड़ा जा रहा है, कुर्ला में उनके घर पे को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है।
तो कोई शुरुआत भी नहीं हो गई है। देखो मैं आपको बताता हूँ,
अभी शुरुआत भी नहीं हुई।
ये शुरुआत हमने किसी को कुछ बोला है नहीं, ये लोग अपने आप कुछ करने जा रहे हैं। और बात रही डर की, डर तो रहना ही चाहिए। कोई भी ये डेमोक्रेसी में, सिर्फ मैं शिवसेना की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, किसी भी पार्टी के बारे में बात करूंगा। आप अगर हमारे पार्टी से चुन कर आते हो, आप कांग्रेस पार्टी से चुन कर आते हो, आप से चुन कर आते हो और पार्टी बदल लेते हो, आप इस्तीफा दीजिए और वापस मैदान में जाइए, हम कुछ नहीं कहेंगे। लेकिन आप पार्टी हाईजैक करना चाहते हो पैसे के बल पर, तो क्यों नहीं मैं बोलूँ, क्यों नहीं उद्धव ठाकरे बोलेंगे? हम बोलेंगे, जरूर करेंगे और एक्शन भी कर लेंगे। क्या करेंगे? ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या करेंगे? क्या हमको सब पता है, कौन कितने पानी में है, कौन कितने ज़मीन में है, कितने ज़मीन के नीचे है।
आपने कहा अभी तो कुछ नहीं हुआ, तो पिक्चर अभी बाकी है।
हाँ, पिक्चर शुरू होगा, पिक्चर शुरू होगा, आप आइए।
Uddhav Sena's big strike on the Shinde Sena. A resolution has been passed in the party's national executive meet. Shiv Sena will move the election commission to ensure that Bala Saheb Thackeray's name is not misused. A big attack on the Eknath Shinde Sena by the Uddhav Sena. Uddhav Thackeray has made one thing very clear when he was addressing Shiv Senics at this national executive meet, when he said Bala Saheb's name should not be misused. Why is he saying this? Because the Eknath Shinde Sena has moved a resolution. They have actually approached the deputy speaker, saying they need to be recognized separately, independently, as a separate faction of the Shiv Sena, and they are calling themselves Shiv Sena Bala Saheb. Eknath Shinde says that they are the real inheritors of Bala Saheb's legacy, and that is why they need to be recognized as the Bala Saheb Sena. Shiv Sena Bala Saheb. I want to cut across to Mosmi Singh for more on this story. So Mosmi, Uddhav Thackeray is protecting his father's legacy, saying the Shiv Sena is the inheritor of that legacy, and Eknath Sena cannot take that away.
Yes, Gaurav, in fact, the blueprint of this entire meeting that is underway at the Shiv Sena Bhavan was prepared earlier on. In fact, yesterday, and when we spoke to Sanjay Rawat, he also towed the same line that Shiv Sena is Thackeray and Thackeray is Shiv Sena. So clearly, at this point of time, we've also spoken to Anil Desai, who stressed on the fact that action would be taken against the specific leaders who have rebelled against the party, and this is about not only the MLAs, but it is about the Shiv Sena as a whole, which is a party, and the MLAs are just a wing of the party. So Uddhav Thackeray there reinforcing his legacy, reinforcing his existence and presence in that meeting, clearly outlining that without the Thackeray's, the Shiv Sena is not existent. It is both of them go together. So clearly there, in this battle of nerves, in this battle of legacy, Uddhav Thackeray in fact evoking Bala Saheb Thackeray's legacy there and stating that it is Bala Saheb Thackeray who actually was the one who actually owned the Shiv Sena as a party.
The Shinde Sena says they are the inheritors of Bala Saheb's legacy. They are following Bala Saheb Thackeray's ideology. They are following Bala Saheb Thackeray's Hindutva. And Bala Saheb Thackeray did not want to go, would never have gone with the Congress, is something that Union Minister Piyush Goyal said in a conversation with India Today while talking about a video that was going viral. Let me also tell you news that is just coming in. Uddhav Thackeray has said that the rebels are sitting on a ticking time bomb. Latest information coming in from inside this national executive that's taking place at the Shiv Sena headquarters in Mumbai. A resolution has been passed in the party's national executive meet. Shiv Sena is to move the election commission to ensure Balasaheb Thakray's name is not misused by the Eknath Shinde Sena. So, mostly there is this very clear fight over inheritance of Balasaheb's legacy. Uddhav Thackeray inherits it or Eknath Shinde inherits it, and Uddhav Thackeray is trying his best to ensure that election commission moves in so that Eknath Shinde Sena doesn't get recognition as Shiv Sena Balasaheb.
Absolutely, Gaurav, and outside the Shiv Sena, the supporters are swelling up. Earlier there were a handful, and now you can see that the Shiv Senics have started sloganeering and gathering in numbers, support trickling in and slogans reverberating the air. Let's try and take a reaction from all of them. आप लोग यहाँ पे आए हैं, उद्धव साहब आज आए हैं, बैठक ले रहे हैं, क्या जरूरत पड़ी है उनको?
आज आप देख रहे 2-3 दिन से क्या चल रहा है महाराष्ट्र में, जो बागी विधायकों का जो मुद्दा है उसी पर निर्णय लेने के लिए उद्धव साहब यहाँ पर आए हैं मीटिंग।
एकनाथ शिंदे भी कह रहे हैं कि उनका जो कैंप है वही असली शिवसेना है, तो कौन सी असली शिवसेना
दिख रही है ना आपको? कौन सी असली शिवसेना है? जो उद्धव साहब है वही असली शिवसेना है, जहाँ ठाकरे वही शिवसेना अपनी असली है, और दूसरी किसी शिवसेना को हम जानते नहीं। और जो शिवसेना है वो शिवसेना और हम शिवसैनिक, बस वही है।
क्या आपको लगता है कि ठाकरे के बगैर भी कुछ शिवसेना हो सकती है?
नहीं, ठाकरे ब्रांड है, शिवसेना का ही ब्रांड है। ठाकरे के सिवा शिवसेना हो ही नहीं सकती, ठाकरे ही शिवसेना है।
आदित्य ठाकरे आज युवाओं की बैठक ले रहे हैं, युवाओं की रैली कर रहे हैं, तो क्या आदित्य ठाकरे ही विरासत शिवसेना की आगे कमान संभालेंगे?
जरूर, क्यों नहीं संभालेंगे, उनका हक बनता है, वो खुद संभालेंगे।
पर ये कहा जा रहा है, एकनाथ शिंदे कह रहे हैं कि बाला साहब के अनुयायी है वो, बाला साहब के भक्त है वो, और वो एकनाथ शिंदे बाला साहब को ही मानते हैं, तो वो शिवसेना है कि ये शिवसेना?
ये शिवसेना, कट्टर शिवसेना, 40 बरस हो गया हम यही काम कर रहे हैं, अभी तक शिवसेना ही शिवसैनिक ही है। उनको रिक्शा चालक से लेके अभी नगर विकास मंत्री तक पहुँचे हैं, हम लोग ने पहुँचे हैं, सब पद लेके वो बैठ गया और भाग गया। और हम क्या कर रहे हैं? ये शिवसेना, यही ठाकरे और शिवसेना का नाम बाजू कर दो, उनको कोई पूछेगा नहीं।
ऐसा आप लोग को भी लगता है?
हमको भी वही लगता है। अगर जहाँ ठाकरे नाम हटा शिवसेना से, वहाँ उनको क्यों लोग मानते? आज वो रिक्शा ड्राइवर थे, आज बड़े हो गए, मंत्री पद दिया उनको, सब दिया, पर आज वो चले गए वहाँ पर। पर हमारे जैसे शिवसैनिक जब इलेक्शन होता है तो आमदार नहीं जाते प्रचार करने, हमारे जैसे शिवसैनिक जाते प्रचार करने।
आप लोग ग्राउंड पे लड़ते हैं प्रचार?
हम लड़ते हैं, हम झगड़े करते, ये करते और शिवसेना को वोट दिलाते। आज हमको विश्वास में लेना चाहिए ना, हमारे साहब को विश्वास में लेना चाहिए था उन्होंने।
आपका मानना है कि विश्वास में लेना चाहिए?
ये जो चुन के आए हैं ना,
हर शिवसैनिक को पूछना चाहिए था, क्योंकि शिवसैनिक के कारण ये लोग आमदार, खासदार, मंत्री बनते, हम लोग काम करते। आज हर एक उनको सच लगता है था तो खाली शिवसेना का ब्रांड, ठाकरे सरकार का ब्रांड, उद्धव साहब का नाम निकाल के खाली रास्ते में घूम के दिखाए, थाने में घूम के दिखाए,
घूम कर पाएंगे आप?
कहा भी उनके घर के बाहर भी घूम नहीं पाएंगे।
अरे पर वो कह रहे हैं कि वो बाला साहब को मानते हैं, अब असली शिवसेना वही है।
ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है? अगर बाला साहब को मानते हैं तो यहाँ पे महाराष्ट्र में रह के शिवसेना कोई फोड़ सकता है कि ये शिवसेना बाला साहब की है? अगर बाला साहब की शिवसेना वो फोड़ रहे हैं तो बाला साहब की शिवसैनिक कैसे हो सकते हैं?
भले बीजेपी के साथ जाए, आप नहीं चाहते?
नहीं, बाला साहब के अगर शिवसैनिक है तो वो गद्दारी नहीं करेंगे, बगावत नहीं करेंगे, क्योंकि बाला साहब की शिवसैनिक निष्ठावान शिवसैनिक है।
मैडम, अगर शिंदे साहब बाला साहब को मानते हैं ना, तो बाला साहब ने बोला था कि शिवसैनिक जो है वो मंत्री हो, आमदार हो, खासदार हो, वो शिवसैनिक से बड़ा नहीं ना, तो आज शिवसैनिक हम है। जहाँ देख रहे हैं शिवसैनिक हम है ना, अगर बाला साहब को मानते हैं तो क्यों सूरत गए, क्यों वहाँ गए? यही
कितने हैं? क्या और भी शिवसैनिक? सबको यही लगता है?
हम लोग
100% यही लगता है,
100% यही लगता है, हर एक शिवसैनिक को यही लगता है।
तो यहाँ पे देखिए गौरव, you can hear that what the Shiv Sainiks really feel. They feel that Shiv Sena is Thackeray and Thackeray is Shiv Sena, clearly with the Shiv Sena flag unfurling here right outside the Shiv Sena Bhavan. Support for Uddhav Thackeray pouring in, slogans reverberating in the air, and the drama playing out in full swing.
Stay with me. I have two of the finest reporters getting us the latest updates from Ground Zero. Mosmi Singh from Mumbai and Paulami Saha joins us from Guwahati. So Mosmi and Paulami, stay with me as we take this conversation forward. Paulami, the fights that are happening on the streets, the protests that are happening, and the fact that Uddhav Thackeray says they are reaching out to the Election Commission saying do not permit the rebels to take that name of Bala Sahib. They cannot call themselves Shiv Sena Bala Sahib. That stays with us. Do we expect a quick reaction or a response from the rebels? Because now it's very clearly a fight for the inheritance of the legacy of Bala Sahib Thackeray.
Well, definitely, because the rebel camp will be holding a press conference via video link at 4 p.m. today. So in a short while from now, in about 45 minutes from now, in fact, Deepak Kesarkar, rebel MLA, will be addressing a press conference after that meeting that the Eknath Shinde faction is holding right now as we speak inside Hotel Radisson Blu in Guwahati. Remember, it is a proposal that Mr. Deepak Kesarkar referred to in that interview to India Today, where he said that the proposal is that, we name the party, name our group, Shiv Sena Bala Sahib. But that is something which remains to be seen if Eknath Shinde, of course, like I spoke to some of the MLAs inside and they said it will be Eknath Shinde's decision. So it remains to be seen what emerges out of that meeting if indeed they go forward and call their group this new name of Shiv Sena Bala Sahib. But we've been speaking to experts as well who are, of course, following the legalities and the nitty-gritties of this battle which has begun between the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction and the Eknath Shinde-led faction. And what they're saying that the fact that they're going to call their grouping something else completely different is not going to in any way help their cause in the larger way, because it will still be about the disqualification notice which has been moved against 16 rebel MLAs by the Shiv Sena. And if at all, as per the 10th schedule of the Indian Constitution, they are to say that we are 2/3 majority of the legislative party and hence we are the actual Shiv Sena. It doesn't work that way. They have to, in fact, go in for a merger and their options are limited to one, BJP. Again, that will be a perception blow for them, because that is something that a Shiv Sainik would not want to do, which is give up their own identity to merge into the Bharatiya Janata Party. And the second option, like someone pointed out to me, a high functionary within the Shiv Sena at the moment said is the Prahar Jan Shakti Party. The Prahar Jan Shakti Party is led by Bachchu Kadu, and a second MLA. They have two MLAs are currently inside Hotel Radisson Blu with, in fact, Eknath Shinde. So they are counted among the others that we've been counting, the 9 others that we count. So they are a small party. They are, of course, registered. They are a registered, recognized party, but not a registered party. So that is going to be extremely tough. How are you going to merge yourself into the Prahar Jan Shakti Party? Again, a perception
battles, big technical legal battles ahead. Stay with me, Paulami. Stay with me, Mosmi. I also want to bring our guests into this conversation here on this India Today special broadcast. I have Abhishek Tripathi joining me. Abhishek supports the Bharatiya Janata Party. Chandrasekhar is a Shiv Sena leader. Seema Malik is of the NCP. Ravi Srivastav is a political analyst. And welcome on this broadcast. And Chandrasekhar, I want to begin by asking you, sir, why would there be a problem if the Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena want to call themselves, as Deepak Kesarkar argues, Shiv Sena Bala Sahib?
See, the issue is now a legal battle. If they call themselves an outfit of Shiv Sena Bala Sahib, they have to get it registered from the Election Commission. There are issues regarding that because they have to have a no objection from Shiv Sena originally. And eventually, Shiv Sena party has been formed in 1966 by Bala Sahib. Now, this party cannot be in any manner changed or it cannot be inherited by others. It can only be transferred to their legal heirs or the succession which they are having. Now, the issue is calling an outfit as Shiv Sena Bala Saheb. That means they have now themselves called them as a benefited traitors of the party. They are now not the Shiv Sainiks of the party. And
they are traitors of
Eknath
the party,
Shinde
you say. Why are they traitors of the party?
Yes, they are the traitors of the party. What they are doing? They are taking shelter.
Okay, give me 30 seconds as I try and reestablish that link with you. Ravi Srivastav, is this leading to a fratricide on the streets of Maharashtra? Is it now very clearly Sena versus Sena in Maharashtra? Offices of rebel leaders being vandalized and rebel leader supporters also taking to the streets now like in Thane.
Gaurav, I think now Eknath Shinde is treading on a thin ice. This is not reaching anywhere. First of all, person sitting 2,600 kilometers away, writing letters to the governor, to the deputy speaker, to the election commission, nobody is going to take a cognizance of that because he is not present on the soil to which he wants to claim that I want to be a Bala Saheb, Shiv Sena or whatever it is. Second thing is that all these things now are heading towards the courts. And the more time passes, the more stalemate will continue and Eknath Shinde will lose the grip on these MLAs, whosoever are there. Another thing is, now Thackeray's have started talking to the cadres directly. They are not involving any more rebels or any more MLAs or anyone else. They are talking to the cadres. They are talking to block pramukh, they are talking to the Jila pramukh, they are talking to the street Shiv Sena worker, the ground worker. And the kind of uproar you are seeing, it's taking an ugly turn now. I don't know, this may become a law and order situation in entire Maharashtra.
Well, the Chief Minister, as the administrator of the State Home Minister, part of the NCP, Dilip Valse Patil, it's their responsibility to control it. If they want to, if they will, that remains to be seen. But Abhishek Tripathi, the BJP stands accused of fomenting this trouble and leading the Shiv Sena to this crisis, flying these MLAs first, to taking them first to Surat and then to Guwahati. And now there are some reports that Sanjay Raut seems to think they will all be flown to Goa soon.
I don't understand, Gaurav. I fail to understand why are they accusing Bharatiya Janata Party. They lost Rajya Sabha election on 10th of June. They lost MLC election on 20th. So they can't take and they can't stand such things, especially in Mumbai and Maharashtra. And see what's happening today in the streets of Mumbai. There's vandalism, there's gundaism. They're breaking things. They're putting up fires everywhere. This is the real Shiv Sena, is what Honorable CM, also the chief of the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray ji, is this the real Shiv Sena that he wants to claim to? This is how we see Mr. Sanjay Raut openly challenging and threatening the rebel MLAs to come to Mumbai if they have the guts to. So if they've come to this kind of resort, I think this is highly unfortunate by the so-called Shiv Sena.
And why are you sheltering them? You tell that also.
What?
Okay, Mr. Chandrasekhar of the Shiv Sena is asking you, why are you sheltering our rebels? Why are you sheltering Shiv Sena rebels?
See, these kinds of accusation will go lifelong. I don't understand on what basis. BJP is the single largest party in Maharashtra.
What about the announcements made by Mr. Devendra Fadnavis? He is moving to Delhi. What BJP is doing? Let also be all those things become on record.
He can go to Delhi. He can meet the senior leadership in Delhi. He is not threatening anybody like Mr. Sanjay Raut. He is not saying anybody to let these people come to Mumbai and then we'll see them. He's not doing anything of that type. He has a full authority. He is ex-CM. He is leader opposition. He has all the right to travel to senior
This is an Operation Black Lotus and nothing else. And this is
these kinds of terms.
brain of Mr. Amit Shah and nothing else. What you are telling?
This
Tell
kinds
the
of
Mr.
truth.
things has
Chandrasekhar,
been running.
if I may, okay, allow me to moderate and, one by one. But Mr. Chandrasekhar, any operation, Kamal, that you may allege that this will not succeed if your house is in order, and the indication is your house is not in order. That is why this is happening. And Abhishek Tripathi says whether it is okay. Latest information coming in before I come back to my guest. Disqualification notices have been issued against the 16 rebel MLAs. India Today has accessed the disqualification notice. India Today gets you more details of this disqualification notice, and this has been issued to 16 MLAs who are in Guwahati of the 38. The rebels have been asked to respond by 5 p.m. on the 27th of June. Notice also served on Eknath Shinde. Eknath Shinde is not just the head of the rebel unit, was the right-hand man. It is the right-hand man at one point of time of the man you see on your television screen, Uddhav Thackeray. But as of now, okay, India Today gets you the latest. It wants them to respond, and if may I quote, if you don't respond, it will be assumed you have nothing to say and consequent decision will be taken as per procedure. I want to cut across to Paulami Saha if she is with us on this. Paulami, get us more details, the notice that has been served on the 16 rebels, and is there clarity why 16 and why not 38, or is there a hope that once notice is served on 16, the others will return to the party fold? Give me a moment as I try and reestablish that link with Paulami Saha. But India Today's access details of that notice that has been sent to the 16 rebels. Mr. Chandrasekhar, why just notice to the 16 rebels? Why not to all 38?
That the leader has been chosen as Mr. Eknath Shinde. So including him is 16. And let me tell you the thing that since the operation Lotus is being done by BJP, the main leader remains Mr. Eknath Shinde. He has taken away, he has done everything, he has arranged everything with the conspiracy, in collusion with the BJP. Now the thing is that we are also sitting in West Bengal waiting for the Supremo to tell us what to do and how to proceed. Eventually we are also ready to go to Guwahati and see how they manage to escape to Goa.
Okay. So you are standing by at Bengal, waiting to go to Assam, waiting to go to Guwahati. What would your role be in Guwahati, sir?
See, if we have been instructed, we'll go there and we'll sit down and we will ask them to either return to Maharashtra or do as you like, but don't disturb the peace and tranquility of Maharashtra. First thing, and if you are a Shiv Sainik, if you believe in the party, if you believe in the head of the party, you should go and talk to them.
Okay. Okay. I want to bring in Paulami Saha for a moment. Paulami, bring us details of the notice. You've accessed the notice that has been sent to 16 rebel leaders, including Eknath Shinde. Bring us details.
That's right. The notice basically which has been issued by the office of the Deputy Speaker of Maharashtra Legislative Assembly, Narhari Zarwal, basically sets a deadline of 27th of June, 5:30 p.m., which basically states that this is the request, the plea, the disqualification plea that we've received from Mr. Sunil Prabhu, who is the whip of the Shiv Sena, the Uddhav Thackeray-led faction. Of course, the Eknath Shinde faction appointed Bharat Gogavle in his place. But Sunil Prabhu's request is to disqualify this. You are requested to present your response, your written response by the 27th of June, 5:30 p.m. along with any sort of supporting documents that you might want to in fact put forth before the Deputy Speaker's office. And if at all, you do not submit your response by the set deadline, then it will be presumed that you have nothing to say in response, and consequent action or decision by the Deputy Speaker's office on the plea submitted by Sunil Prabhu will be taken. Gaurav.
And in about 30 minutes, we will officially hear from Deepak Kesarkar on the response of the rebel faction. But Polemy, since you've been speaking to them at length, what is their strategy? Because the Uddhav Sena is mounting a multi-pronged offensive. Apart from this notice that has been sent, apart from protests that we see on the streets, Mr. Chandrasekhar of the Shiv Sena is already telling us that a group of Shiv Sena leaders are standing by in Bengal. They intend to reach Guwahati when permitted, reach out to these 38 rebels and get them back into the party fold, perhaps.
Well, like you said, in 30 minutes from now, we will find out what exactly is the Eknath Shinde faction's stand vis-a-vis this notice. Now it has been issued. Of course, it will arrive in their email boxes shortly as well. So they will be able to see those responses, and of course, written copies of the same, hard copies of the same will go to their registered addresses in Maharashtra as well. But of course, they have been strategizing about this already. It was anticipated that the deadline would be about 48 hours from now, which is June 27th, 5:30 p.m. is the deadline which has been set for the responses to come in. It is expected that obviously all of these MLAs will send in their responses, but it remains to be seen whether, of course, the Deputy Speaker of the House finds it satisfactory or not, because already
the live images of Shiv Sena Supremo and the Maharashtra Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray after the National Executive meet. He's come out, he's greeting his supporters. There you see Aditya Thackeray just behind Uddhav Thackeray. Aditya Thackeray is also taking pictures of the large number of Shiv Sena leaders, workers and supporters outside. But there you see, this is very clearly a massive show of strength being put out by Uddhav Thackeray. Clearly a message, Ravi Srivastav, if I may, a message that Uddhav Thackeray is truly in control of his party, even if he's lost control of 2/3 MLAs.
Gaurav, I think that what some Shiv Sainik was just now speaking over your channel, that is synonyms. The Shiv Sena name is synonym with the Thackeray's. Without Thackeray, there is no Shiv Sena. So I think that factor is very, very strong. And anybody trying to claim or say something like, Bala Saheb, Shiv Sena or something like that is not going to work. And I think Election Commission is not going to take any cognizance of even such requests. I think Uddhav Thackeray is firmly in the chair. And after this disqualification notice is sent, I think this will have a spine-chilling effect on these MLAs. And we can hope that they'll come back.
Okay. I also want to bring in NCP Seema Malik joining us on the broadcast. Ma'am, it was being said that Sharad Pawar has advised Uddhav Thackeray to deal very strongly with the rebels. Is that what you see happen? Is Sharad Pawar actually pulling the strings of the Mahavikas Aghadi at one level and of the Shiv Sena at the other?
Yeah, I'll say in my own words that this is the talk between the two big leaders. So I'm no one authorized to say that what he has said and what he has not said. But I know that my party is standing firmly with Shiv Sena and Uddhav Thackeray ji, and we are going to fight politically and legally. Legally we are dealing with all these things, and this is the situation. It's something very unfortunate, and as somebody said before me, I can't see that really it is very difficult to imagine a Shiv Sena without Thackeray's. And it is I think well said that...
okay, ma'am, give me 2 seconds. India Today's Vidya joins me now. Vidya, okay, Vidya is speaking to Priyanka Chaturvedi. Let's listen in.
And we will teach them a lesson of their lives.
What about those people who have decided लेकिन नाम लेंगे ठाकरे का वो
कोशिश तो करें, हिम्मत तो करें,
क्या नहीं आज कार्यकारिणी
नहीं
का फैसला लिया गया,
कोशिश तो करें, like I said.
मैम क्या
सुना ये यहाँ पे प्रियंका चतुर्वेदी बार बार कह रही है कि नाम लेने की कोई कोशिश तो करे, कोई नहीं ले पाएगा ठाकरे का नाम, सिर्फ शिवसेना से जुड़ा है, जुड़ा था और रहेगा.
So very clearly and extremely aggressive Shiv Sena there. You heard Priyanka Chaturvedi, the deputy leader of the party in the Rajya Sabha. What is she saying? Priyanka Chaturvedi is saying, we will fight, we will teach them a lesson of their life. Very strong words. Abhishek Tripathi, the Shiv Sena is extremely aggressive on day 4 on these rebels, perhaps even their supporters.
This is what we are getting to see, Gaurav. Threatening from every quarter, every leader of Shiv Sena is threatening and openly threatening. We just got to know there is section 144 imposed in Mumbai and Thane, and this is happening because of the Shiv Sainiks of the government, Shiv Sainiks of Uddhav Thackeray. So this is highly unfortunate. It is unsafe to travel in Mumbai right now and around areas and around the cities of Mumbai. So this is not done. I don't know where will this lead to, because the situation is not really good, and this is not a way to deal with something. This is illegal that you have gone for a disqualification of 16 rebel MLAs, but make sure they will go to the court, and this will be a legal battle very soon.
A battle that will be fought in courts and on streets is what Sanjay Raut had said. But Chandrasekhar ji, is that what is happening? You heard Priyanka Chaturvedi. We will fight. We will teach them a lesson of their life. Naam lene ki koshish to kare. Okay, let's once again cut across to Mosmi Singh speaking to Priyanka Chaturvedi.
Right, Gaurav, Priyanka, we are joined by Priyanka Chaturvedi, and we'll try and understand what is the action that has been proceeded in this entire meeting. We are told that action was done against the rebel.
We have taken unanimous decision that Shiv Sena will work under the leadership of Shri Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, and whatever he deems fit in terms of action, in terms of reaction, in terms of legalities, in terms of technicalities, in terms of politically, we all stand firmly behind him.
This comes at a time when the Deputy Speaker has summoned Eknath Shinde that he cannot take a call. He should come here and speak to the Deputy Speaker. And on the other hand, continuously Shiv Sena leaders are issuing warnings to the rebel camp. Is it right that the way the law and order situation is deteriorating?
How is law and order situation getting messed up in the city? Are you feeling unsafe in the city? Am I not roaming easily in the city? Who are those who are feeling unsafe? There are those who have, I'll tell you, those who have gone against the mandate of the people, gone against the symbol that they have voted into power, are the ones people are angry towards. So be rest assured, Mumbai's law and order is absolutely in control. We have a good police commissioner who's handling it.
Eknath Shinde is saying that we are the real Shiv Sena. Bala Saheb Thakray's Sena is the Shinde Sena.
It's such a joke. It's such a joke.
Okay, give me a moment as I try to reestablish that link. An extremely combative Priyanka Chaturvedi there. Priyanka Chaturvedi says, and mark those words very carefully. She said, Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, under his leadership, under his directions, the party will work. They stand firmly under his leadership, and whatever legal, administrative decisions he takes, they will be followed. Who's feeling unsafe in Mumbai? Only those who went against the mandate and the symbol under which they were elected. It's a joke, she says, that Eknath Shinde or the Rebel Sena claims that they are the real Shiv Sena Bala Saheb. So very, very combative Shiv Sena we notice here. But Mr. Chandrasekhar, this combative attitude here versus facts on ground in courts of law, that remains the big battle, sir. 2/3 of your MLAs still remain in rebellious against your alliance with NCP and the Congress, who they allege is actually cutting the roots of Shiv Sena from within.
See, nobody can cut the roots of Shiv Sena, first thing. And there is no Uddhav Sena. Let me remind you, it's Shiv Sena. And you know and everybody knows what Shiv Sena can do. And we have stand for Hindustan. And let me remind you that if BJP is doing this kind of politics, that will not be tolerated, and we will see everything and everyone who has become a traitor of this party. And we will take actions against them. And as far as I am concerned, our team is sitting in West Bengal. As soon as the instruction comes, we'll visit them.
Okay, Abhishek Tripathi, respond. The threat is from the BJP and not from the NCP or the Congress. You know, Uddhav Thackeray said this repeatedly, that NCP and the Congress are standing with them. It's the rebels, apne log dur chale gaye, and the blame is squarely being laid at the BJP's door.
I don't know why it's coming on BJP's door. अपने लोग जो दूर चले गए हैं, उनकी समस्या का समाधान करना चाहिए था 2.5 साल से, तो अपने लोग दूर नहीं जाते. The problem is
नेशनल बिगेस्ट पार्टी. अरे आप क्या चीज की बात कर रहे हैं? आप उनको बीजेपी स्टेट रूल में क्यों रखे हैं? आप बंगाल में रखिए, आप उनको दूसरे स्टेट में रखिए.
The thing is, they have written
कोशिश करेंगे. इतने बेवकूफ तो कोई है नहीं. इंडिया की पब्लिक देख रही है.
Okay, sir, give me a moment. Let's listen into Sanjay Raut. Sir, give me a moment.
सर्व सदस्य हजर होते. कार्यकारिणीमध्ये 6 महत्त्वाचे ठराव मंजूर झाले. काही कायदेशीर प्रक्रिया पूर्ण केल्या. त्याच्यात माननीय उद्धव ठाकरे यांच्या नेतृत्वावरती विश्वास, त्यांनी आतापर्यंत केलेल्या शिवसेना पक्षप्रमुख म्हणून आणि मुख्यमंत्री म्हणून केलेल्या कार्याचा गौरव करणारे ठराव मंजूर झाले. पण 2 अत्यंत महत्त्वाचे राजकीय ठराव या कार्यकारिणीमध्ये मंजूर झाले. त्यातला पहिला ठराव क्रमांक 5. तो ठराव असा आहे की शिवसेना ही हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाळासाहेब ठाकरे यांचीच आहे व राहील. शिवसेना बाळासाहेब ठाकरे यांच्याच प्रखर हिंदुत्वाच्या विचारांचं जे धोरण आहे ते पुढे घेऊन जाईल. त्या विचाराशी कधी प्रतारणा झाली नाही आणि होणार नाही. शिवसेना अखंड महाराष्ट्राचा आणि मराठी अस्मितेचा जो विचार आहे त्याच्याशी कधीही प्रतारणा करणार नाही, यापूर्वी केली नाही. त्याचबरोबर या ठरावात पुढला जो विषय तो महत्त्वाचा आहे, ज्यांनी शिवसेनेशी बेईमानी केली ते कोणत्याही पदावर असेल त्यांच्यावर तात्काळ कठोर कारवाई करण्याचे सर्वाधिकार हे माननीय उद्धव ठाकरे
which have been taken by the Shiv Sena National Executive, one of them prominently being that Shiv Sena was Bala Sahib's Shiv Sena and it will stay Bala Sahib's Shiv Sena and it will follow in the steps of Bala Sahib's set ideology of Hindutva.
कोणत्याही राजकीय संघटनेला वापरता येणार नाही. हे नाव शिवसेनेचं आहे, ते शिवसेनेबरोबर राहील. कोणताही बेईमान, कोणताही गद्दार या नावानं अशा प्रकारे आपलं राजकारण, आपला स्वार्थ करू शकत नाही. त्यानंतर भाषणामध्ये माननीय उद्धव ठाकरे यांनी एकच मुद्दा जो महत्त्वाचा मला वाटतो तो मांडला. जर तुम्हाला मतं मागायची आहे तर तुमच्या बापाच्या नावानं मागा, शिवसेनेच्या बापाच्या नावानं मागू नका.
एकनाथ शिंदे कारवाई काय करणार? Go out there and ask in your own father's name. That is what Uddhav Thackeray had to say.
शिवसेनेच्या पदावर कोण राहिलं या संदर्भामध्ये छह रेजोल्यूशन पास हुए हैं. उसमें से 6 रेजोल्यूशन है उद्धव ठाकरे जी के लीडरशिप के ऊपर उद्धव ठाकरे जी को उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने
6 resolutions passed, one stamping Uddhav Thackeray's leadership.
उसका जो भी किया है शिवसेना के लीडरशिप के नेतृत्व में सभी चुनाव हम लड़ेंगे और जीतेंगे, चाहे नगरपालिका हो, महानगर पालिका हो, लोकल बॉडीज हो। लेकिन दो पॉलिटिकल रिजोल्यूशन हमने जो पास किए हैं, भाई उस बारे में आपको बताता हूँ। जो रिजोल्यूशन नंबर 5 है उसमें हमने कहा है ये जो शिवसेना है वो हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की है और रहेगी। ये शिवसेना बाला साहब ठाकरे की जो हिंदुत्व की विचारधारा है उस रास्ते से चलेगी, वो रास्ता हम कभी छोड़ेंगे नहीं। शिवसेना यूनाइटेड महाराष्ट्र, अखंड महाराष्ट्र और महाराष्ट्र की अस्मिता से कभी कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं करेंगी। रिजोल्यूशन में ये भी कहा है कि जिस लोगों ने, चाहे वो कितनी भी बड़ा हो, नेता हो, मंत्री हो, जिसने शिवसेना के साथ गद्दारी या बेईमानी की है, उनके ऊपर कठोर कार्रवाई करने के सर्वाधिकार हमने एक रिजोल्यूशन के नाते उद्धव ठाकरे साहब को दिए हैं और जल्द ही उसके ऊपर अमल हो, ये इस रिजोल्यूशन में कहा है। दूसरा रिजोल्यूशन नंबर 6, इसमें हमने कहा है बाला साहब ठाकरे का नाम अगर कोई अपने राजनीतिक स्वार्थ के लिए यूज करता है वो हमें मंजूर नहीं, उसका ऊपर लीगल एक्शन लिया जाए।
डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन के लिए उनको
तो हो जाएगा
बताया है, तो मतलब उनको क्या वापस आना पड़ेगा?
आने तो मुंबई में उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने एक बहुत बड़ा स्टेटमेंट दिया है, अगर जो छोड़कर गए हैं वो लोग शिवसेना का नाम से भीख मत मांगे, और अगर वोट मांगते हैं तो अपने खुद के बाप के नाम पर मांगे। शिवसेना के बाप, हमारे बाप बाला साहब ठाकरे के नाम पर मत मांगने का आपको अधिकार नहीं। आप अपने बाप के नाम से वोट मांग सकते हैं। कायदेशीर लढाई पूर्णपणे सुरू आहे। शिवसेना कालही मी सांगितलं समोर लढाई सुद्धा आम्ही लढू आणि कायदेशीर लढाई सुद्धा शिवसेना कुठेही कमी पडणार नाही। दोन्ही लढायांमध्ये फक्त शिवसेनेचा विजय होईल। महाविकास आघाडी एकजूट आणि एकसंघ आहे।
Mahavikas Aghadi is united.
Big story breaking here on India Today at this point of time. 6 resolutions have been passed at the National Executive of the Shiv Sena. Those who stabbed Shiv Sena in the back, strongest action against them. Uddhav Thackeray remains boss, empowered to take all decisions. Shiv Sena will work on the part of Hindu Hriday Samrat Bala Saheb Thackeray. Legal action if rebels use Bala Saheb's name for political use. Sanjay Raut, Shiv Sena Member of Parliament, clearly giving details of the 6 resolutions that have been passed. And Uddhav Thackeray at this National Executive said, if you want to use a name for political advantage, for political gains, use your own father's name, not Bala Saheb Thakeray's name. A clear signal of the hardening stance against the 38 Shiv Sena rebel MLAs currently in Guwahati. It's 15:49 hours at this point of time, 3:49, and India Today gives you the details of the 6 resolutions that have been passed at the National Executive of the Shiv Sena at the Shiv Sena Bhavan in Mumbai. And I quickly want to cut across 2,500 odd kilometers from there to Guwahati, where Polami Saha now joins me for more. So Polami, 10 minutes from now, we will hear from the rebels, but this clearly is a hardening of stance of the Shiv Sena. Rebels cannot use Bala Saheb Thakeray's name. Those who stabbed Uddhav Thackeray in the back, strongest action against them.
Absolutely. This is a massive hardening of stance by the Shiv Sena after the National Executive meeting. Uddhav Thackeray there, the big statement coming out from the National Executive. Uddhav Thackeray saying, जिनको वोट मांगना है, जो छोड़ के गए हैं, वो अपने बाप के नाम पे वोट मांगे. So clearly saying, Bala Sahib's name is not for them to usurp. Bala Sahib's name will stay with the Shiv Sena. This after the rebel faction, in fact, suggested that they could be calling their group Shiv Sena Bala Sahib. They are saying that if anyone misuses that name, legal action will be taken. Bala Sahib and the Thackeray family name and the Shiv Sena name belongs to the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena. In a few moments from now, we will of course get a reaction from the rebel camp as well as Deepak Kesarkar addresses that press conference over a video link, but clearly a hardening of stance by the Shiv Sena. So here it is, the Shiv Sena already taking to the streets, agitating, protesting against these rebel MLAs, now saying that we will take legal action against anyone that decides or chooses to use the name of Bala Sahib, and also those notices which have been sent to the 16 rebel MLAs from the Deputy Speaker's office saying, send us in your written responses to this disqualification plea that is coming from the Uddhav Thackeray-led Shiv Sena by June 27, 5:30 p.m. And if you do not respond, we will consider you have nothing to say and we will take consequent action accordingly and as per procedure. So clearly a gherao of sorts which the Shiv Sena, down but not out, is trying to in fact do of the rebel camp, which is in fact cloistered inside the Radisson Blu Hotel behind me in Guwahati. Gaurav.
9 minutes from now, that second press conference, the press conference this time by the rebel side, and we will get you all details. Pallavi Saha for joining me here on this India Today special broadcast. Many thanks to all our guests and Mosmi in Mumbai. A quick break, back with lots more. 6 resolutions passed in this national executive. Massive hardening of stance by the Shiv Sena. More details coming up. Stay with us.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
Do you litter? Well, humans do have a habit of littering possibly everywhere, but here's something that will shock you. Human trash was found on Mars. Yes, we aren't kidding. NASA's Perseverance rover is on a mission to explore Mars planet, and while exploring, it found a piece of human trash. NASA shared images on Twitter where it can be clearly seen that a shiny litter is stuck between the rocks. It was indeed a surprise to find it in that region. So far, the Perseverance rover had no luck in finding life on Mars planet, but does finding this piece of trash really mean something? The rover actually stumbled on a piece of thermal blanket, which NASA thinks might have come from the rover's descent stage. The thermal blanket protects the rover from extreme temperatures. It is possible that the thermal blanket belongs to the rover's descent stage. But what NASA finds out is that the descent crashed 2 kilometers away from the location. So how did that piece of thermal blanket get there? The Perseverance team thought that it could have been blown away from the wind. NASA's Perseverance rover was sent to explore the red planet to find ancient signs of living. It landed on Mars in 2021 and since then has been collecting rocks, exploring the planet and sending back vital information to NASA.
You are watching India Today.
Have you noticed a mouse lurking in your house or eating something from your kitchen? It's so tempting to catch them, but these are evasive creatures. What you're going to hear next will drive you bananas. Scientists recently made a strange discovery. The smell of bananas terrified male mice. Yes, you heard that right. The solution to your problems was lying under your nose all this while. Scientists were studying the reaction of male mice to pregnant and lactating female mice when they unintentionally stumbled upon this fact. Researchers from McGill University found that the scent of bananas creates a stress response in the male mice. They also found that pregnant and lactating female mice responded to stranger male mice with aggression and urine marking. The male mice began acting weird around the pregnant female mice in the lab. It was because the female mice used chemo signaling or the scent of their urine to protect their children from predators and infanticide by male mice. And strangely enough, the compound found in the male mice's urine, N-pentyl acetate, is the same one that gives bananas its distinctive smell. Rodents and a lot of mammals other than humans are reliant on their olfactory senses. While olfactory messages are commonly sent from males to females, there are fewer examples of females sending them to males. So as it goes in the science world, they had to test this theory out. Scientists bought banana oil from a local supermarket and put it inside the cages. The stress levels of the male mice then increased significantly. The study also found that virgin male mice were more likely to be stressed out by the presence of N-pentyl acetate, whether in bananas or mouse urine. So it turns out food really is the solution to all our problems.
Food wastage is not just a social problem, but an environmental one too. It is important to take concrete steps to ensure food wastage is avoided at all costs. Why we shouldn't waste food? When we waste food, we waste the labor, the effort, investment, and precious resources. It also increases greenhouse gas emissions and contributes to climate change. What you can do? Reduce. Be more mindful of food you buy what you use, and use it all. Improve food storage and reduce wastage at home. Reuse. If you don't eat everything you make, freeze it for later. Use the leftovers as an ingredient in another meal. Recycle. Recycle as much as possible. Try composting and put nutrients back into the soil. You can also start your own green patch of fruits, vegetables, or herbs. With these easy ways, you can reduce food wastage and become a food hero.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
And now Uddhav Thackeray moving the Election Commission to win Bala Sahib's legacy. Uddhav Thackeray, to ensure nobody else uses Bala Sahib's name, warns that rebels are sitting on a ticking time bomb. It is a disqualification notice that has been issued to the rebel MLAs led by Eknath Shinde. Rebels asked to respond by 5 p.m. on 27th June. Eknath Shinde also receives the notice. But Shinde makes a big claim in a fresh letter, says security cover has been withdrawn for all the rebel MLAs, but the Agadi government has dismissed this claim for now. The Shiv Sena is resorting to an all-out hooliganism on the streets, vandalizing even rebel MLA office in Pune. Sanjay Raut justifies this violence, says fire once lit cannot be doused.
बात रही डर की, डर तो रहना ही चाहिए। हमारा गुस्सा अगर हम नहीं निकालेंगे तो कैसा होगा कि हम क्या नामर्द है? हम नामर्द नहीं है। क्या होगा? सत्ता चली जाएगी ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा, और क्या होता है?
And after the Supreme Court vindicates Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the Gujarat riots case, Home Minister Amit Shah speaks out, says he saw PM Modi suffer quietly for 20 years, lashes out at the opposition parties for conspiracy.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की विरोधी राजनीतिक पार्टियां, कुछ आइडियोलॉजी के लिए राजनीति में आए हुए पत्रकार और कुछ एनजीओ ने मिलकर, एक त्रिकूट ने मिलकर ये आरोपों को इतना प्रचारित किया।
In other news, after claiming he was dead for years, Pakistan now finally detains mastermind of 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, Sajid Mir, taken to custody after India and United States of America mount pressure. Shock and anger worldwide as United States of America's Supreme Court kills abortion rights for women. Obama's Biden condemned the order that struck down 50 years of federal abortion rights for the women in U.S.
Today, the Supreme Court of the United States expressly took away a constitutional right from the American people. It's a sad day for the court and for the country.
So who is the real Shiv Sena? Because that is the fight that is heating up now in Maharashtra. Uddhav Thackeray has moved the Election Commission to win the legacy of Bala Sahib. So why has Bala Sahib Thackeray's name been propped up here? Remember, Eknath Shinde's group expected to use that name now for his Sena. The ultimatum by Uddhav Thackeray is do not use Bala Sahib's name. This is while Shinde is already moving out to claim Bala Sahib's name for his party. But the rebels, as according to Uddhav saying, they are sitting on a ticking time bomb. The Sena has told to the rebel MLAs, fight on your father's name. So that's now becoming the big issue. Remember, Bala Sahib Thackeray, the founder, the patriarch of the Shiv Sena, now becoming the legacy war issue. Will it be Eknath Shinde who will carry forward the Bala Sahib Thackeray's name as his new group of the Shiv Sena? Or will Uddhav Thackeray manage to ensure Eknath Shinde may have taken the MLAs, will not be able to take away the name of his father?
तुम्ही जर थांबणार काय करतायत मला म्हणे मी मध्ये पडणार नाही त्यांचा निर्णय त्याला घेऊन मी नाही मध्ये पडणार तुम्ही जर थांबणार काय करतायत मला म्हणे मी मध्ये पडणार नाही त्यांचा निर्णय त्याला घेऊन मी नहीं मध्ये पडणार
बाला साहब ठाकरे का नाम अगर कोई अपने राजनीतिक स्वार्थ के लिए यूज करता है वो हमें मंजूर नहीं, उसका ऊपर लीगल एक्शन लिया जाए। मैंने तो मुंबई में उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने एक बहुत बड़ा स्टेटमेंट दिया है, अगर जो छोड़कर गए हैं वो लोग शिवसेना का नाम से भीख मत मांगे, और अगर वोट मांगते हैं तो अपने खुद के बाप के नाम पर मांगे। शिवसेना के बाप, हमारे बाप बाला साहब ठाकरे के नाम पर मत मांगने का आपको अधिकार नहीं, आप अपने बाप के नाम से वोट मांग सकते हैं। ये जो शिवसेना है तो हिंदू हृदय सम्राट शिवसेना प्रमुख बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की है और रहेगी। ये शिवसेना बालासाहेब ठाकरे की जो हिंदुत्व की विचारधारा है उस रास्ते से चलेगी। वो रास्ता हम कभी छोड़ेंगे नहीं। शिवसेना यूनाइटेड महाराष्ट्र, अखंड महाराष्ट्र और महाराष्ट्र की अस्मिता से कभी कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं करेंगी। रिजोल्यूशन में ये भी कहा है कि जिस लोगों ने, चाहे वो कितनी भी बड़ा हो, नेता हो, मंत्री हो, जिसने शिवसेना के साथ गद्दारी या बेईमानी की है, उनके ऊपर कठोर कार्रवाई करने के सर्वाधिकार हमने एक रिजोल्यूशन के नाते उद्धव ठाकरे साहब को दिए हैं।
We are joined by Priyanka Chaturvedi and we'll try and understand what is the action that has been proceeded in this entire meeting. We are told that action was done against the rebel.
We have taken unanimous decision that Shiv Sena will work under the leadership of Shri Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, and whatever he deems fit in terms of action, in terms of reaction, in terms of legalities, in terms of technicalities, in terms of politically, we all stand firmly behind him.
This comes at a time when the Deputy Speaker has summoned Eknath Shinde that he cannot take a call. He should come here and speak to the Deputy Speaker. And on the other hand, continuously Shiv Sena leaders are issuing warnings to the rebel camp. Is it right that the way the law and order situation is deteriorating?
How is law and order situation getting messed up in the city? Are you feeling unsafe in the city? Am I not roaming easily in the city? Who are those who are feeling unsafe? There are those who have, I'll tell you, those who have gone against the mandate of the people, gone against the symbol that they have voted into power, are the ones people are angry towards. So be rest assured, Mumbai's law and order is absolutely in control. We have a good police commissioner who's handling it.
Eknath Shinde is saying that we are the real Shiv Sena. Balasaheb Thackre's Sena is the Shinde Sena.
It's such a joke. It's such a joke. Can you even imagine a Shiv Sena which belongs to Balasaheb Thackeray going to someone like an Eknath Shinde, where I think Chief Minister has categorically said it. If you want to start another party, start it under your own father's name. Why should you use my father's name for it?
So we are now going across to the big news coming in. Deepak Kesarkar, who's now joined the rebel MLA in Guwahati. Let's listen into what he's saying.
या ठिकाणी आल्यानंतर आणि विशेषतः आम्ही महाराष्ट्रातून निघाल्यानंतर आपल्याशी कमी वेळा बोलण्याची संधी मिळाली आणि आता आदरणीय शिंदे साहेब जे आमचे नेते आहेत त्यांनी मला सांगितलेलं आहे की ऑफिशियली तुम्ही कम्युनिकेट करायचं प्रेसशी, कारण बऱ्याचशा वेळेला कम्युनिकेशन नसलं तर लोकांमध्ये गैरसमज निर्माण होतात आणि हे गैरसमज निर्माण झाल्यानंतर त्याचं उत्तर देणं आवश्यक असतं. तर एक गैरसमज असा आहे की आम्ही शिवसेनेमधून बाहेर पडलेलो आहोत. आम्ही अजूनही शिवसेने पक्षाचेच सदस्य आहोत. आम्ही सर्वजण शिवसेना पक्षाचे सदस्य आहोत. परंतु अनेक वेळेला असं होतं की पक्षाच्या आमदारांची जी मतं असतात या मताप्रमाणे काही निर्णय व्हायला लागतात. त्यांचे काही अधिकार असतात, त्यांच्या कॉन्स्टिट्युएन्सीज आहेत, आपल्या राज्यामध्ये विविध कामं व्हावी अशी त्यांची अपेक्षा असते आणि ते सरकार चांगलं चालावं जी आपली जबाबदारी आहे. म्हणून आम्ही अनेक वेळा सुचवलेलं होतं आमच्या पक्षप्रमुखांना की आपण एक निर्णय घेऊया की ज्या युतीमध्ये आपण लढलो त्याच्याच बरोबर आपण राहूया. असा एक निर्णय सर्व आमदारांनी मिळून घेतलेला होता. प्रत्येक दिवस आम्ही उद्धव साहेबांना हे सांगत होतो आणि आमची अशी अजून सुद्धा समजूत आहे की पुढे सुद्धा ते आमचं ऐकतील, कारण ज्या वेळेला एवढी लोक सांगतात, एवढी लोक एकत्र येतात त्यावेळेला त्याच्यामध्ये काहीतरी सबस्टन्स असणार, त्याच्यामध्ये काहीतरी असं आहे की जे सर्व लोकांना खटकलेलं आहे आणि याच्यामध्ये कोणी आम्हाला सांगितलेलं नाही की तुम्ही असं करा. आम्ही स्वतःहून हा निर्णय घेतलेला आहे आणि शिंदे साहेब हे मुळातच आम्हाला नेते म्हणून आदरणीय उद्धव साहेबांनी दिलेले आहे आणि त्याच्यामुळे त्यांच्या संपर्कामध्ये सर्व आमदार होते आणि सर्वांनी मिळून ठरवलं की आपण आपलं जे मत आहे हे आपण मत असंच ठेवावं आणि आम्ही आमचं मत तसंच ठेवणार आहोत. जे 2/3 बहुमताचा जो विषय आहे हा कॉन्स्टिट्युशनल रिक्वायरमेंट आहे की घटनात्मक तरतूद अशी आहे की तुम्हाला तुमचं मत वेगळं मांडायचं असेल तर तुम्हाला ते 2/3 बहुमत लागतं आणि ते 2/3 बहुमत आमच्याकडे आहे. आणि त्याच्याचमुळे ज्या मीटिंग पूर्वीचे नेते बदलण्याच्या संदर्भात सुद्धा ज्या मीटिंग झाल्या त्याच्यामध्ये 16 ते 17 आमदार उपस्थित होते. ज्या वेळेला एखाद्या पक्षाचं रजिस्ट्रेशन होतं त्यावेळेला जेवढे निवडून आलेले आमदार असतात सगळे आपल्या पक्षाचं आणि त्या गटाचं रजिस्ट्रेशन करतात. त्याच्यामध्ये आमची संख्या 56 होती, आता ती 55 झालेली आहे. आणि 55 आमदारांचा नेता बदलायचा असेल तर तो 16 लोक एकत्र येऊन तो नेता बदलू शकत नाहीत. आणि त्याच्यामुळे जो काय निर्णय आदरणीय उपाध्यक्षांनी दिलेला आहे त्या निर्णयाला आम्ही चॅलेंज करणार आहोत कोर्टामध्ये. आणि तो निर्णय आम्हाला मान्य नाही. आणि घटनात्मक दृष्ट्या सुद्धा त्यांच्याकडे 2/3 बहुमत असतं, त्यांना आपला नेता निवडण्याचा अधिकार आहे. आणि शिवसेना हा जो पक्ष आहे आपल्या विधिमंडळातला त्याचं नेतृत्व आदरणीय शिंदे साहेब करतायत. कोणीही आपला पक्ष सोडलेला नाही आहे. आणि पक्षाचं नाव काय असेल तर आम्ही अनेक लोकांशी चर्चा केली, हे पक्षाचं नाव नाही आहे. आम्ही स्वतःला काय म्हणायचं की आम्ही असंच म्हटलं की शिवसेनेपेक्षा आम्ही वेगळे आहोत का? नाही. तर आम्ही बाळासाहेबांचा विचार मांडणारी लोक एकत्र आलेलो आहोत. त्याच्यामुळे आम्ही आमच्याकडे म्हणताना हे म्हणतो, परंतु आम्ही काय गटाचं नाव असं वेगळं मागितलेलं नाही. शिवसेनेमध्ये ही जी आपले सदस्य आहेत या सदस्यांची संख्या 2/3 पेक्षा जास्त असल्याने त्याचे नेते हे एकनाथजी शिंदे असतात.
Live reaction coming in from Guwahati of Deepak Kesarkar, who has now joined the rebel camp. Remember, he was one of the prominent names and had also said that BJP is the option now. Listen in.
त्याच्यामधल्या ज्या तरतुदी आहे, तुम्हाला जर पक्षाने व्हीप काढला आणि व्होटिंग मध्ये किंवा व्होटिंग साठी ऍबसेंट राहून तुम्ही जर तो व्हीप मडला सदनामध्ये विधानसभेमध्ये तरच तुम्हाला डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन अट्रॅक्ट होतं. परंतु घाबरवण्यासाठी म्हणून आमच्या मिटिंगला नाही आला तरी तुम्ही डिस्क्वालिफाय होता असं सांगितलं जातं आणि ते ऍप्लिकेशन स्वीकारले जातात. हे योग्य नाही असं मला वाटतं. आणि त्याच्यामुळे कुठल्याही परिस्थितीमध्ये ज्या वेळेला निवडून येतो, आमच्यामधलेच एक सभापती होतात, आमच्यामधलेच एक उपसभापती होतात, आमच्यापैकीच एक अध्यक्ष होतात आणि आमच्यापैकीच एक उपाध्यक्ष होतात. परंतु आमच्या बरोबर तो बदलतो प्राप्त होतो जो घटनात्मक अधिकार आहे. आणि मग ते उपाध्यक्ष, अध्यक्ष किंवा सभापती, उपसभापती होतात. त्याच्यामुळे त्या पदाचं जी मान आहे, ती शान आहे, ती कायम महाराष्ट्रामध्ये ठेवली जाणार याची मला स्वतःला खात्री आहे. आणि त्याच्यामुळे मला असं वाटतं याच्यामध्ये कुठलीही अडचण येणार नाही. आम्ही कोणीही पक्ष सोडलेला नाही आहे. आणि त्याच्यामुळे जे काय महाराष्ट्रामध्ये चुकीचं वक्तव्य केलं जातंय आणि लोकांना रस्त्यावर उतरण्याची जी भाषा केली जाते ही भाषा चुकीची आहे. आणि त्याच्यामुळे सर्वांनाच आवाहन करतो, महाराष्ट्रातल्या शिवसैनिकांना आवाहन करतो की आपण रस्त्यावर येण्याची काहीही गरज नाही आहे. आपल्याला जे सांगितलं जातं ते आणि प्रत्यक्षातली वस्तुस्थिती ही वेगळी आहे. आणि समजून घ्याल. कुठल्याही परिस्थितीमध्ये बाळासाहेबांचा जो विचार आहे तो विचार नेला जाईल याची मी आपल्याला या माध्यमातून
thoughts of Bala Saheb. दीपक जी, मैं दिनेश मौर्य.
हिंदी पहले जरा मराठी में मैंने जी बात
दीपक जी एक प्रश्न की तुम्ही या सरकारचा समर्थन कधी काढणार आहे त्याबाबत काही निर्णय झाला का?
सर पहले गुवाहाटी से हूँ जी, सलाम का हिंदी में
काढण्याबाबत काही निर्णय झाला का?
बात करूंगा जो हिंदी के क्वेश्चन है, आप हिंदी खत्म होने के बाद हिंदी के क्वेश्चन पूछिए.
All right, so these are questions just to help you understand virtually being taken with regard to what now the rebel MLA has to say. Deepak Kesarkar, remember, is one of the senior faces of the Shiv Sena. He's now in Guwahati taking all the questions there. Initially, the questions being taken and he's spoken in Marathi now. I go across to my colleague Kamlesh Sutar on this. Kamlesh, very interesting how Deepak Kesarkar and Eknath Shinde's MLAs are taking all questions, interacting with the media persons and still very confident of their numbers. What did he say just now, if you can help translate for us?
Kesarkar has made 2-3 important points. The first point being that we have not quit the party. We are still with the Shiv Sena. That is the first important point. Second point that he raised, that we have certain constitutional rights. We are whatever actions we are taking as per the constitutional rights provided to elected members. It's the elected members that elect the office bearers in the assembly, and we are just using that. The picture that you are being shown is different from what the reality is. That is the third important point that he made in the press conference. And he also made an appeal to Shiv Sena and Shiv Sena workers that you should not take to the streets. The kind of protest and the kind of violence and arson that we are witnessing in Maharashtra, he said that it's wrong. Shiv Sainik should not take to the streets and protest. Three important points at this point Deepak Kesarkar has made. He is one of the important faces from the Eknath Shinde camp. He is an MLA from the Konkan region, from Sindhudurg district, and being the former Minister of State for Home during the Devendra Fadnavis cabinet. He spoke to India Today earlier, and he said that he has been of the opinion that Shiv Sena and BJP should tie up. And now Deepak Kesarkar addressing that press conference after that all-important meeting of the rebel camp that took place in Guwahati just a while before. We've seen the visuals of that meeting on India Today just a while before. And Deepak Kesarkar now telling the media, he's addressing a press conference. This is perhaps the first press conference addressed by the Shinde camp from Guwahati. They are taking questions from the media, interacting with the media, and Deepak Kesarkar making some important points. So he also mentioned another important point that we have approached Uddhav Thackeray with this. We have gone to Uddhav Thackeray with the issues that the MLAs are facing, and he also made a point that if such a large number of MLAs are making one point, then it means that there is a substance to the issue raised by that, but our side wasn't heard. That is what Deepak Kesarkar is saying. An all-important press conference. He's making a point. On one hand, we've seen Shiv Sena.
So Kamlesh, eventually it will come down to, as it is starting to, about the Bala Sahib legacy. Why do you think precisely now Kesarkar is even willing to take all questions, literally a press conference virtually? Is this also about how after Uddhav Thackeray got a show of strength of his, whether it's national executive or the Shiv Sainiks on the streets, Eknath Shinde's groups is also interacting and stating they are very confident. What are you picking up on the Bala Sahib name issue that is now cropping up about the group of Eknath Shinde taking that?
Uddhav Thackeray and his Shiv Sena have approached, that's what we're learning from our sources, they'll be approaching the election commission, barring the rebel group of Eknath Shinde from using the name of either Bala Sahib or Shiv Sena in the rebel camp group. So that is one thing that the Shiv Sena would like to do. And as you earlier asked, are they going to go to the court regarding that? They're also thinking on that line. So this is going to be a legal battle. What Deepak Kesarkar mentioned in his press conference just a while before, he said that they are being threatened with notices. We have seen just a while before rebel MLAs being slapped with notices. They've been asked to put forth their side of story till Monday 5:30 p.m. That is another important point that he tries to raise here in his press conference. Deepak Kesarkar is saying that we're being threatened with notices. Another important point that he made is that the situation on the ground is different. The reality is different than what is being portrayed. The way Shiv Sainis have taken to the streets, the way we are witnessing violence all across Maharashtra, he's trying to clarify that. The Shinde camp for the first time is interacting with the media, taking all questions from the media and trying to put...
Kamlesh, isn't it very interesting what Deepak Kesarkar has said and what you're also translating for us, telling the Shiv Sainiks a message there, don't come out on the streets because you don't know the reality. The reality is not what is being told to you.
Well, exactly. That is what Deepak Kesarkar is trying to now portray. The kind of political narrative that we are witnessing in Maharashtra, Pooja, is Shiv Sena is trying to portray a picture of betrayal. Somebody has betrayed the party. Even look at the tone and tenor of Uddhav Thackeray's speech. He is calling them betrayers, those who have backstabbed the party. He is trying to create a picture, and that is why we have seen Shiv Sena suddenly getting onto the streets. Offices of the rebel camp are being vandalized. We've seen vandalism in different parts of Maharashtra, especially top leaders of rebels are facing that vandalism. Their offices are being targeted. That is why Deepak Kesarkar is appealing to Shiv Sena workers not to take to streets, because the picture that they know is different. Somewhere Uddhav Thackeray is trying to create a picture that the rebellion is against the party. It is just about the legislative party. That is what Deepak Kesarkar was trying to tell. As the legislative party, we have certain constitutional rights that have been given to us. That is what we are trying to use. It is about that. It is not about betrayal. He's trying to say that in as few words as possible, but appealing to Shiv Sena workers not to take to the streets because the reality is different.
Kamlesh, also at this point, as he's taking questions, he's very clearly said we have 2/3 majority. We got elected on Shiv Sena's ticket, but he's also very clearly saying that we are the Bala Sahib's ideology. We will never betray the party. So the protests that are happening on the ground, do you think that has also become a concern now for the rebel group?
Well, indeed, we've seen what Uddhav Thackeray said just a while before, while he addressed the national executive meeting of Shiv Sena. What Uddhav Thackeray said that you should not use the name of Bala Sahib. You should not use the name of Shiv Sena in your group. If you want, you can use your father's name, but not my father's name. That is what, in very clear words, Uddhav Thackeray made it clear to the rebel camp. If you want to use the word of Shiv Sena, you should be with the Shiv Sena. Also, having said that, Pooja, I would also like to add that Uddhav Thackeray has kept the window of approach open for the rebels. He said those who want to come back would be those are still open. That is what Sanjay Raut said. But Uddhav Thackeray's National Executive Committee meeting not taking any action against the rebel camp certainly shows that the window of approach might still open. If they want to come back, at least that could be considered, because a strict action has been avoided by the National Executive. Although all rights have been conferred upon Uddhav Thackeray, he can take any action on behalf of the National Executive. So that is what on one hand we are saying. But on the other hand, Shiv Sainiks are largely protesting on the roads. It is not just in Mumbai. We saw protests in Mumbai, vandalism in Mumbai today. The fire is spreading in Nagpur, Osmanabad, Pune, Nasik and other parts of Maharashtra, Jalgaon, Dhulia. We've seen those protests taking place in different parts of Maharashtra.
So quickly about these protests, where they are taking place, Kamlesh, the MLAs from these are, you're telling us also likely from these areas. We are staying with these visuals for now. Our colleagues Kamlesh and Ritvik are also on the ground. I'm leaving you with these visuals. I'm heading into a very short break. But when we return, don't go anywhere. The only channel that's actually telling you what's happening in Maharashtra is India Today. Now, Deepak Kesarkar says, do not come on the streets, Shiv Sainiks. You do not know the reality. What reality does Deepak Kesarkar know about? Leaving you with these visuals. Stay tuned. I'll be right back.
You are watching India Today.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Do you want to hear dead people? Well, you might in the near future through Alexa. Amazon is all set to go a notch higher in the tech world with the introduction of its latest feature of Alexa. During Amazon's Global Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning Conference, Alexa AI gave an unusual demo by mimicking the voice of a dead relative to a child. Yes, you heard it right. Through the use of artificial intelligence and recent advancements in text-to-speech technology, Alexa will be able to mimic someone's voice using less than a minute of recording. The AI may not eliminate the loss of your loved ones, but it can definitely make their memories last longer. While this may be comforting for some people grieving, a lot of netizens are feeling uneasy about the whole idea. Especially, Twitterati is quite apprehensive and using hashtags like creepy and morbid for this new Alexa feature.
You know Kim Tae-hyung, aka V of pop group BTS fame? Well, he's simultaneously 26, 27 and 28 years old. Confused? How old were you when you were born? 0? 1? In South Korea, you'd be 1 year old. Let's clear the air about this. South Korea has a unique way of calculating age. When a baby is born, it's considered a year old. And as the year changes on January 1st, the child gains a year. So no special birthdays. South Koreans count age based on their birth year and not days. A child born in December will already be 2 by January. But the president-elect Yoon Suk-yeol wants to do away with this traditional system. Because of persistent confusion and unnecessary social and economic costs, the incoming administration is looking to standardize age calculation. This was observed especially when health authorities use the international age and Korean ages interchangeably to set guidelines for COVID-19. This will also help South Korea get in line with the rest of the world. The age conundrum doesn't end here. South Korea also counts age in an international way. That means it counts age in 3 ways. For legal and administrative purposes, the country has been using the international counting system since 1962. In another way, babies are born at 0 and gain a year on New Year's. This method is mainly used to define the legal age for areas of law that affect a significant percentage of the population, including military service conscription. And the third is the Korean age system, where everyone is already a year old at birth and become older on New Year's Day regardless of the birth date. That's how Kim Tae-hyung from BTS fame is simultaneously 26, 27 and 28 years old, as he was born on 30th December 1995. There are multiple problems that arise with age discrepancies. It's led to wage disputes that have been dragged to the Supreme Court and ruled that workers should consider their international age for work. There have also been cases of parents trying to cheat the birth registration system because of worries that their children born in December will be at a disadvantage at school as a result later in life. Efforts were made in 2019 and 2021 to change the law. 2 lawmakers proposed legislation to adhere to the international age, but experts are divided on what the new measure means for Korean society, and the bills were not signed into law.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Violence has broken out across Maharashtra and several cities as angry Shiv Sena workers are taking to the streets. This clearly now the Uddhav Sena versus the Eknath Sena tussle is turning ugly. These are the latest visuals on your screen. Angry Sainiks vandalizing rebel MLA's offices and burning the effigies. The rebel MLA Tanaji Sawant's office in Pune, for example, got vandalized. Eknath Shinde's son, Shiv Sena MP Shrikant Shinde's office also has been vandalized by the Shiv Sainiks in Ulhasnagar. Not just that, as you clearly can see on the visuals here on your screen, the Sena workers have also issued open threats to rebel MLAs saying they will not be able to walk on the streets of Maharashtra. On Friday, angry Uddhav Sena workers vandalized rebel MLA Mangesh Kudalkar's office in Kurla as well, even threw black ink and eggs at the posters and banners of Eknath Shinde in Nashik, shouting and venting their anger against the rebel group. Shiv Sena Member of Parliament Sanjay Raut downplaying the violence by the Shiv Sainik, saying this is just a trailer, real picture abhi baki hai. Union Minister, meanwhile, Ramdas Athavale condemned Sena workers' violence, calling it a matter of concern that violence is taking place in front of police deployed. Meanwhile, as Eknath Shinde's supporters watching what is unfolding on the streets also hit the streets at the Buldana, shouting slogans in support of their rebel neta.
ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि कानूनी पेच जो है लगातार फंसा हुआ है और कानूनी कोर्ट का सहारा ले सकते हैं विधायक, जिस तरह से उनको डराया धमकाया, जो चेतावनी
किसी को डराया धमकाया नहीं है। ये फालतू का काम हम नहीं करते, सिर्फ डराना और धमकाना। हम एक्शन वाला काम कर लेते हैं।
सीधे एक्शन करते हैं।
हाँ करेंगे ना, उसमें क्या है, कर लेंगे।
ऐसे आप करेंगे तो वो डरेंगे आने से। किसी का ऑफिस आप तोड़ा जा रहा है, कुर्ला में उनके घर पे को निशाना बनाया जा रहा है।
तो कोई शुरुआत भी नहीं हो गई है। देखो मैं आपको बताता हूँ,
अभी शुरुआत भी नहीं हुई।
ये शुरुआत हमने किसी को कुछ बोला है नहीं, ये लोग अपने आप कुछ करने जा रहे हैं। और बात रही डर की, डर तो रहना ही चाहिए। कोई भी ये डेमोक्रेसी में, सिर्फ मैं शिवसेना की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, किसी भी पार्टी के बारे में बात करूंगा। आप अगर हमारे पार्टी से चुन कर आते हो, आप कांग्रेस पार्टी से चुन कर आते हो, आप से चुन कर आते हो और पार्टी बदल लेते हो, आप इस्तीफा दीजिए और वापस मैदान में जाइए, हम कुछ नहीं कहेंगे। लेकिन आप पार्टी हाईजैक करना चाहते हो पैसे के बल पर, तो क्यों नहीं मैं बोलूँ, क्यों नहीं उद्धव ठाकरे बोलेंगे? हम बोलेंगे जरूर, करेंगे और एक्शन भी कर लेंगे। क्या करेंगे ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा, क्या करेंगे क्या, हमको सब पता है। कौन कितने पानी में है, कौन कितने ज़मीन में है, कितने ज़मीन के नीचे है।
आपने कहा अभी तो कुछ नहीं हुआ, तो पिक्चर अभी बाकी है।
हाँ पिक्चर शुरू होगा, पिक्चर शुरू होगा, आप आइए।
हिंसा ही रास्ता है क्या? क्योंकि जिस तरह से जो तस्वीरें आ रही हैं, जिस तरह से तोड़फोड़ हो रही है,
लोगों का गुस्सा है। महाराष्ट्र में ये नहीं चलता है, ये गुस्सा है, गुस्सा रहेगा और गुस्सा रहना भी चाहिए। ये आग है शिवसेना, हम इस आग को कभी बुझने नहीं देते। ये बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने हमको कहा है, ये राख नहीं होनी चाहिए शिवसेना, ये आग ही रहनी चाहिए। और उसमें आप हमेशा आग जलने के लिए जो भी डालना है उसमें वो डालते रहिए समिधा।
तानाजी सावंतांचं आज ज्या पद्धतीने ऑफिस फोडलं, ही महाराष्ट्रामध्ये झालेली सुरुवात आहे आणि येणाऱ्या काळामध्ये जे जे गद्दार आहेत त्या प्रत्येकाचं ऑफिस त्या ठिकाणी फुटलं जाईल। शिवसैनिक हा महाराष्ट्रातील जनतेच्या डोळ्यातील अश्रू आणि उद्धव साहेबांच्या डोळ्यातील अश्रू बघू शकत नाही, म्हणून शिवसैनिक जागा झालाय आणि या गद्दारांना धडा शिकवल्याशिवाय शिवसैनिक शांत बसणार नाही।
छोड़ दीजिए ये बात, अभी भी मौका नहीं गया है। कल भी रात को शरद पवार साहब और अजित पवार साहब, जयंतराव पाटिल, प्रफुल्ल पटेल सब मातोश्री पे आए थे। उनके सामने, उनके मौजूदगी में वहाँ से 10 MLA ने हमसे बात की, उनके मौजूदगी में। अरे क्या बोल रहे हैं, कौन किसके साथ है? आइए आप महाराष्ट्र में फ्लोर ऑफ द हाउस पर, किसमें कितना दम है वो पता चलेगा।
2/3 मेजॉरिटी से एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ MLA चले गए हैं, तो उनको मतलब शिवसेना की मान्यता मिलनी चाहिए। और इसी तरह की दादागिरी करना अच्छी बात नहीं है। जो तोड़फाड़ हो रही है इसको रोकने की आवश्यकता है, लेकिन पुलिस के सामने इसी तरह की तोड़फाड़ हो रही है, ये बात बिल्कुल नाजायज है और बहुत ही गंभीर बात है।
The Shiv Sena may be advised to throw in the towel, but they continue to fight. Sanjay Raut has made it very clear the time for talks is over. Shiv Senics are now on the streets, and this fight will happen not just on the floor of the House, but also on the streets, sir.
Being the constitutional head of the state, it is Honorable CM's responsibility to see that law and order is maintained in Maharashtra, and he is solely responsible for this. And I think Uddhav Sahib is a very strict administrator, and as a CM of Maharashtra, he will control what is going on the streets, and he will advise. I'll also request him to advise Sanjay Raut ji to not to make such comments. Had such comment made by any opposition party, by this time police could have taken action against them. But since he's a representative of the ruling party, I think Uddhav Sahib should tell him not to make such statements by which violence has erupted in Mumbai. And Mumbai is a financial capital of India. Okay. And Mumbai's progress should not be hampered in any case, and that is the duty of Honorable CM.
Our team of reporters from Maharashtra to Assam, Paulomi Saha tracking all the latest from Guwahati, where the rebel MLAs are holed up. Vidya is live outside the Shiv Sena Bhavan from Mumbai. Also joining me, Ritwik Bhalikar from the Vidhan Bhavan in Mumbai. Let's begin with you, Ritwik, because at this point, there's lots that's happening on the streets of Mumbai. And with regard to the Shiv Sena, what are you picking up about how the Bala Sahib legacy issue is clearly escalating?
Yes, absolutely. As Sanjay Raut yesterday said that they are ready to fight on the streets as well as in the assembly, and they will go forward for the floor test. Today, in the turn of events, we saw that notices also have been issued by Deputy Secretary to 16 rebellious Shiv Sena MLAs. Though the two independent MLAs yesterday had given a proposal that Deputy Speaker cannot disqualify any of the MLAs because no confidence motion has been moved against him. But in the early first half of the day, we also saw that Deputy Speaker has rejected the same proposal because it was sent by some random email. And now the news is coming in, which is we are breaking on India Today, that today a physical proposal has also been submitted by MLAs, the independent MLAs. No confidence motion has been physically submitted to the Deputy Speaker office here in Vidhan Bhavan, Mumbai. So we have to see that how does this disqualification process also moves forward.
Let's go across now to Guwahati. Paulami Saha been tracking all the latest on that. Paulami, clearly today with Deepak Kesarkar and the Eknath Shinde group also turning on an aggressive stand, interacting, taking questions. What do you think is the messaging that the rebel MLAs are trying to put forth and telling the Shiv Seniks, you don't know the reality, don't come out on the streets?
Well, basically the message that they're trying to send out is that there is a lot as far as what meets the eye really, as far as what is playing out on the face of it and what's playing out behind. They've of course asked the Shiv Seniks to not come out on the streets because they're telling them that you don't know the reality. There is a lot that's going on. We've not either hijacked the Shiv Sena or in fact betrayed its ideology. We're still very much a part of the Shiv Sena. It's just that our sentiments are different. We do not believe that the Shiv Sena should be a part of the Maha Vikas Aghadi government. We believe that the NCP has tried to destroy the Shiv Sena. It has been a calculated strategy of the NCP to destroy the Shiv Sena. It is the NCP which is trying to hijack the party, and we, the two-third members of the legislative party of the Shiv Sena, believe that we have the numbers in order to go ahead and make our sentiments known to everyone. We're not in any sense betraying anybody. As far as the disqualification notices are concerned and the summons that have gone out to 16 rebel MLAs, what they're saying is that, of course, it has just come to us. We have just 2 days now before the deadline comes to an end on Monday at 5:30 p.m. But the fact is that we will, of course, study that. And as far as the Speaker's move is concerned, of course, and we will submit our responses, is what Mr. Deepak Kesarkar said in that press conference. But as far as the Speaker's move is concerned, to remove Mr. Eknath Shinde as the leader of the legislative party is concerned, they said categorically that that is a decision which will be challenged in court because we have 2/3 members over here. That is the number we have. So 16 or 17 MLAs who sat down one day and decided to, in fact, remove Mr. Eknath Shinde of the position of leader of the legislative party can't do so because the numbers are with us right now. Maximum of them are here. So how is a minority group taking a decision?
Paulami, stay on with me because it's the Shiv Sena Bhavan where, Vidya, can we say today, after at least 3 days, that both Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray here, again coming forth, speaking up in aggressive Uddhav Sena today, interacting and responding. Let's try and listen in what Aditya Thackeray is saying.
आपल्याला कार्यकारिणीची बैठक मुद्दा सगळे माहिती आहेत, सगळे बाहेर आलेले आहेत. महत्त्वाची गोष्ट म्हणजे गद्दारी खपून गेली जाणार नाही. शिवसेना विजयी होणार म्हणजे होणारच. ये सत्य और असत्य की लड़ाई है. जो भाग के गए हैं उनके खिलाफ
All right, so that's Aditya Thackeray, who's also minister in the government, walking out, appears to be interacting, not really taking questions as of now. But where is he heading? Very interesting at this point, because remember, there's also a national executive meeting that did take place today. Aditya Thackeray, unlike Uddhav Thackeray, who had an emotional message, is smiling. Again, after 3 days as well, from the first day, Aditya Thackeray ensuring that he comes across as a confident, young Thackeray minister in the government, and as Shiv Sena stands today, despite possibly facing a decimation of this camp, fist thumping, acknowledging supporters, ensuring that he comes across as a confident, smiling young Thackeray. As Uddhav Thackeray on the other side saying, I have been facing ill health. This has been a betrayal that we have faced, and it's absolutely emotional messages that he put out for the Shiv Senics and also for the MLAs. But of course, as you can see, constant calling, communication strategies, interactions, permutation combinations by the Thackeray group right now. And a lovely visual there as Aditya Thackeray goes in the reflection of the vehicle is Bala Saheb Thackeray's banner. Many would be wondering how Bal Thackeray would have managed today's coup and rebellion as it unfolds. So Aditya Thackeray not really reacting at this point. But we can see that despite everything, he has been acknowledging and talking to the supporters who are right outside the Matoshri residence, and at this point also interacting with the media persons as much as both the father and the son possibly can. That Aditya Thackeray leaving from the venue. We'll try and get further information from my colleague Vidya, who's on the ground. Vidya, if you can hear me, would it be correct to say that after 3 days of sudden shock that appears to have fallen on the Thackeray family, Uddhav Thackeray, Sanjay Raut, Aditya Thackeray coming across slightly more aggressive in their tone, slightly more confident that they, with regard to the Shiv Senics violence on the ground, with disqualification plea, all of that, they are strategizing? All right, and I also correct myself there that Aditya Thackeray left from the Shiv Sena Bhavan just about few minutes ago, not the Matoshri, which is the ancestral residence of the Thackeray family. But what you clearly see today, take a look at this, Sanjay Raut, Aditya Thackeray, Uddhav Thackeray, the father, 3 days on after surviving the initial shock, putting forth a disqualification plea to the Deputy Speaker. Also stating that, we will respond if required by the anger of Shiv Senics. It's understandable.
आपल्याला कार्यकारिणीची बैठकीची मुद्दा सगळे माहिती आहेत, सगळे बाहेर आलेले आहेत. महत्त्वाची गोष्ट म्हणजे गद्दारी खपून गेली जाणार नाही. शिवसेना विजयी होणार म्हणजे होणारच.
Poulomi Saha, meanwhile, tracking all the latest from Guwahati. Poulomi, because you also understand Maharashtra politics very closely, if you could hear what Aditya Thackeray said, if you could translate. But, the disqualification plea, as rebel MLAs are saying, you cannot give it for a party meeting. It can only be assembly proceedings, and therefore it is not valid if the Deputy Speaker has given us a notice on the disqualification plea. But meanwhile, as you can see today, it's not that the Thackerays are cooped up in their house or in their offices. Despite leaving from Varsha, the official Chief Minister's residence, to Matoshri, they are going in and about ensuring that they interact, whether it's the National Executive, whether it's speaking and interacting with the Shiv Senics, still talking and appealing and urging the rebel MLAs to return. So Aditya Thackeray, a very calm face there, acknowledging the reporters and the party supporters who are there right outside either the Shiv Sena or the Matoshri. But he's headed out, likely heading back to the residence.
सगळे माहिती आहेत, सगळे बाहेर आले. म्हणजे गद्दारी खपून गेली जाणार नाही. शिवसेना विजयी होणार म्हणजे होणारच. ये सत्य और असत्य की लड़ाई है. जो भाग के गए हैं उनके खिलाफ है.
Aditya Thackeray there says ये सत्य और असत्य की लड़ाई है. जो भाग के गए हैं उनकी तरफ ये मैसेजिंग है. This is a war or a battle between truth and untruth. So that is one statement that Aditya Thackeray very clearly saying ये सत्य और असत्य के बीच की लड़ाई है. So making it of course a moral fight that this Thackeray family is with the right while they are with the untruth, the rebel MLAs led by Eknath Shinde. Let's go across quickly to Guwahati. Poulomi Saha joining all the latest. Poulomi. So rebel MLAs saying you cannot give us a disqualification notice because it's only for assembly proceedings, not for a party meeting. But Aditya Thackeray here right now just saying that this is Satya or Asatya ki ladai. I am also joined by Mausami because Mausami is in Mumbai tracking all the latest from the Shiv Sena Netas. So you've been speaking to Priyanka Chaturvedi, who says, where's the law and order? Aditya Thackeray says this is about truth and untruth, the fight that we are fighting, and of course claiming we are with the Satya here. Mausami.
Absolutely,
Sanjay Raut did indicate, Pooja, how that Aditya Thackeray was the future of Shiv Sena. So this is also a legacy war. Even as Uddhav Thackeray reiterated that this was a party of his father, and if Eknath Shinde wanted to lay claim, then he should actually talk about laying claim to his father's name, not Balasaheb Thackeray. So clearly a legacy war to reclaim the legacy of Balasaheb Thackeray has also broken out, and Aditya Thackeray a very important element in that entire claim, because somewhere in the picture, as far as the functioning of the Shiv Sena is concerned, as far as making him an office bearer is concerned, there was a lot of dissension over Aditya Thackeray's role, with the old guard, not having a great rapport with him.
Correct, yes.
So really, yeah, but Uddhav Thackeray has taken charge as far as, coming to the Shiv Sena Bhavan is concerned after he left Varsha, really sending across a message that he has full control over the Shiv Sena. How much that works on the ground, we have to still see, Pooja.
Mosmi, when today Aditya Thackeray says this is a fight between truth and falsehood, do you see, and can we say here that after 3 days of initial shock, the Thackerays or even the camp that stands with Uddhav right now have become slightly more aggressive compared to how Eknath Shinde was more confident earlier? This remaining group has also ensured they come out with strong statements and do not look meek today.
Oh, absolutely, Pooja. There has been a shift of strategy, change in optics, change in the rhetoric, change in the slogans. It is a completely different stand that the Shiv Sena, Uddhav Sena had taken 2 days back when Uddhav Thackeray actually drove out of Varsha. So clearly this is more of a combative, more aggressive Uddhav Sena that is functioning on ground zero. From Priyanka Chaturvedi to Sanjay Raut, all these leaders, and even Anil Desai I spoke to, all these leaders were saying these are just the emotions of Shiv Senics that you see on display as far as the violence or the vandalism is concerned. So really, I think that now this battle is being fought on the ground, the battle lines are drawn, and in the days ahead, these will be anxious times for the Maharashtra politics.
Mosmi, what exactly are the Shiv Sena netas speaking to you, are saying now? You spoke to Sanjay Raut, you spoke to Priyanka Chaturvedi, and now Aditya Thackeray says traitors will not be tolerated. They may not have the numbers, they still have a lot of confidence.
Pooja, many do believe that, perhaps Uddhav Thackeray could have spoken more aggressively yesterday, could have been more stern yesterday. Remember, his 2 speeches have been very emotive, and now after playing the emotional card, this is, a direct confrontation, a shift in strategy from, a wait-and-watch approach to a confrontational, combative approach of the Uddhav Sena. So clearly, with Eknath Shinde actually taking the lead as far as the attacks are concerned, the claims are concerned in the initial leg of this Maharashtra political war. Now this leg hugely and majorly belongs to the Uddhav Sena, that is throwing one card after the other, making public statements. Now it is almost certain that the bridges have been burnt, and these are threats that are being issued which are having a direct impact on ground zero, whether it is Kurla, or you saw how an office was vandalized of a local satrap MLA in Pune. So really we will have to wait and watch how this really turns, but a nightmare of sorts for the Maharashtra police.
Mosmi, keep tracking all the latest on that in Mumbai. Mosmi has been talking to as many Shiv Sena's top leadership to get you the latest on ground, but for now, violence and vandalism on the streets by the Shiv Senics against rebel MLAs, and a stronger aggressive rhetoric by the Shiv Sena as it stands, led by Uddhav Thackeray's group. Leaving you with these visuals, both from Guwahati, where the rebel MLAs are meeting, interacting with the media persons, on the other vandalism, violence, and a smiling, confident, as it looks like, Aditya Thackeray there, leaving the Sena Bhavan. Our reporters getting you all the latest. Stay tuned to India Today. Wrapping up this bulletin. See you at 5 p.m.
तो आपने खुद के बाप के नाम पर मांगे।
If we can't ban assault weapons, as we should, we must at least raise the age to be able to purchase one to 21.
For the first time in 28 years, US Senate passed a gun violence bill. This historic move comes right after the US saw raging incidents of gun violence. The measure would toughen background checks for youngest gun buyers and keep firearms away from more domestic violence offenders. The bipartisan bill was easily approved by the Senate given the frequency of gun violence in the US. The measure would toughen background checks for the youngest gun buyers. $15 billion in federal funding for mental health programs and school security upgrades. And implement red flag laws to remove firearms from people considered a threat. People convicted of domestic abuse who are current or former romantic partners of the victim would be prohibited from acquiring firearms. For years, a robust gun control law was thwarted. Now, it's a significant move considering both the Democrats and Republicans equally supported proposed gun control measures. Historically, Democrats have sought gun control laws while the Republicans have thwarted them. The new bill also comes right after the Apex Court overturned a New York gun law, which may prove to be a setback for stricter gun control. The law in New York required people to show a specific reason for carrying a gun. They can carry only if they prove a particular reason. Then people receive a license to carry a gun in a concealed manner in public. This ruling will result in more people becoming legally armed. Will this series of measures on gun law curb violence related to guns in the US? According to recent data from Gun Violence Archive, the US saw 267 mass shootings since this year started, and more than 20,000 lives lost to gun violence. On May 24, 2022, the US also witnessed the country's third deadliest school shooting in Texas, where an 18-year-old killed 19 children and 2 teachers during a rampage at the Robb Elementary School.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
Four days after Russian forces invaded Ukraine, Zelensky applied for EU membership. Nearly 4 months later, the EU Commission said that it should be considered a candidate state. While most European nations are firmly behind Ukraine, this decision would come as a blow to Russia. Accession to the EU requires unanimous approval from all 27 EU nations. A country has to go through a lengthy and complicated procedure to become a member of the EU. Croatia was the last member to join the bloc. It took 10 years for its application to be accepted in 2013. First, the country is given the status of an official candidate. The applicant country must meet the Copenhagen criteria that includes a free market economy, a stable democracy, the rule of law, human rights, and the full implementation of all EU rules and regulations. Even after the candidate status is granted, the rest of the process takes years to complete. However, Ukraine has sought immediate membership under a special fast-track procedure amid the ongoing Russian invasion. Ukraine has long shown interest in joining the EU. This will help Ukraine militarily because EU members put up a mutual defense if one country becomes a victim of military aggression. The European Union is a group of 27 countries that functions as one economic unit in the world economy, so it will also boost Ukraine's economy. There are concerns that Ukraine does not meet the Copenhagen criteria yet. Transparency International's 2021 Corruption Perceptions Index puts Ukraine at 122nd on its list of 180 countries. Some EU officials have also expressed fears that after the war, it's hard to tell what human rights will look like inside Ukraine. The EU also has to maintain a balance. It has to ensure that aspiring members and some of the bloc's own citizens do not feel that they are favoring Kyiv. 6 nations in the Western Balkans have faced long waits on their EU membership's journey. North Macedonia, for example, submitted its entry bid in 2004 and gained candidate status the following year. It's still waiting for its membership. Ukraine's move has Moscow's increased attention. Moscow has previously said that joining the EU would be on par with joining NATO, and Russia hasn't already reacted well to Finland and Sweden joining NATO.
Ворожої активності спеціально показова саме цього тижня. І не тільки проти України, але й проти інших країн Європи. Ми готуємось. Ми готові. Попереджаємо партнерів. Окупанти накопичують сили на Харківському напрямку.
Watching India Today.
मांगते हैं तो अपने खुद के बाप के नाम पर मांगे।
What's unfolding in Maharashtra politics right now is no less than a political thriller. There's climax, anti-climax, and all sorts of twists and turns. Good evening and welcome. I'm Pooja Shali. I'll be taking you through all the latest. First, the headlines. Uddhav Thackeray moves the Election Commission to win Bala Sahib legacy. Uddhav Thackeray, to ensure nobody will be able to use Bala Sahib's name, warns rebels are sitting on a ticking time bomb. Disqualification notice issued to the rebel MLAs. Rebels asked to respond by 5 p.m. on 27 June. Eknath Shinde also gets a notice. Shinde makes a big claim in fresh letter, says security cover withdrawn for all rebel MLAs, but the Agadi government dismisses the claim. The Shiv Senics are resorting to all-out hooliganism on the streets, vandalizing rebel MLA's office in Pune. Sanjay Raut justifies the violence, says fire once lit will not be doused.
डर तो रहना ही चाहिए. हमारा गुस्सा अगर हम नहीं निकालेंगे तो कैसा होगा कि हम क्या नामर्द है? हम नामर्द नहीं है. क्या होगा? सत्ता चली जाएगी ज्यादा से ज्यादा. और क्या होता है?
After Supreme Court vindicates PM Modi in the Gujarat riots case, Home Minister Amit Shah speaks out, says he saw PM Modi suffer quietly for 20 years, lashes out at opposition for conspiracy.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की विरोधी राजनीतिक पार्टियां, कुछ आइडियोलॉजी के लिए राजनीति में आए हुए पत्रकार और कुछ एनजीओ ने मिलकर, ये त्रिकूट ने मिलकर ये आरोपों को इतना प्रचारित किया.
After claiming he was dead for years, Pakistan now finally detains mastermind of 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks. Sajid Mir taken into custody after India and America mount pressure. Reports coming in from outside Eknath Shinde's residence in Maharashtra. A massive crowd had gathered at the Thane residence, which is where Eknath Shinde resides. Sloganeering and posters of Eknath Shinde are in Thane. Now, Eknath Shinde's son also is present right now there. We're getting these latest visuals coming in on the screen. We'll try and dip in and try to listen to what the protesters and the crowd of people are saying. Let's go across quickly to my colleague Divyesh Singh. He's right now joining us on this live telecast from outside Eknath Shinde's residence. This is in Thane. Divyesh, over to you now. Who are these protesters? Are they supporters of Eknath Shinde? Are they from the Uddhav group? What are they saying? Do tell us.
Well, Pooja, you can see the crowd behind me. I would ask my camera person to just zoom in. The person speaking on dais in white shirt is Member of Parliament Eknath Shinde, his son of Shiv Sena leader Eknath Shinde, who's leading the rebellion right now, who is leading the rebellion along with 40 Shiv Sena MLAs and 10 independents, meanwhile camping in Guwahati. Eknath Shinde over here is speaking, and the crowd that you see is of Eknath Shinde's supporters. Remember, Eknath Shinde is from Thane. Thane is his bastion. He started his political career as a junior worker of Shiv Sena in Thane, working for Anand Dighe, a strong man of Shiv Sena. Anand Dighe mentored him, after which he became corporator, and then he also was the Thane district president. Other than that, he has been MLA from Panchpakadi, from Thane, in multiple terms. And then when the government came, 2014 government was formed between Shiv Sena and BJP, Eknath Shinde became a minister. He was a minister right now as well. He was given charge of some of the key ministries, and right now what you see over here is mostly it is around 500 to 1,000 people who gathered in this particular area, where they are raising slogans in support of Eknath Shinde. Everyone has one thing in common. They keep saying that Eknath Shinde is in Shiv Sena. He still is loyal to Shiv Sena. They are all Shiv Senics. Eknath Shinde also reiterated the same thing, stating that Eknath Shinde is in Shiv Sena, he is in Shiv Sena, and each of their supporters are still in Shiv Sena. So they are not talking about any new faction or any new group. They claim that they are in Shiv Sena. Eknath Shinde also went on to mention that Eknath Shinde loyalty is not limited just to Thane. People follow him, people support him across various districts in Maharashtra, across Mumbai, across Thane, across Raigad and various other districts of Maharashtra. And that is why now 40 MLAs from Shiv Sena are supporting him, are camping with him. They were upset with the top brass of Shiv Sena due to some...
And that Eknath Shinde is still in that. Very interesting there. Remember also Shrikant Shinde, who's the son of Eknath Shinde, is also a Lok Sabha member of Parliament. He's now leading the support base for him in Thane, while Eknath Shinde is in Assam. We have some big news coming in. Divyesh, stay on with me. This big breaking news is the scoop here that's going to tell you what's exactly unfolding. Eknath Shinde went late last night to Gujarat. He flew back into Guwahati today morning. So midnight yesterday, Eknath Shinde, remember with the rebel MLAs, has been in Assam, in Guwahati. But now our colleagues on the ground are telling us that Eknath Shinde, the rebel leader, so to say right now, went late last night to Gujarat and then flew back to Guwahati today morning. Follow me, Saha, right outside the hotel where all of this is unfolding, is getting us this big breaking news coming in. Very interesting, follow me. Any latest on what precisely would this visit to Gujarat mean? Because many of these MLAs were also holed up in Surat. But this is interesting. Late last night, when many didn't really realize where is Eknath Shinde, he was in Gujarat.
That's right, Pooja. We are learning this very sensational piece of news that Eknath Shinde flew out of Guwahati late last night. Eknath Shinde flew on a chartered flight from Guwahati to Gujarat last night and flew back into Guwahati early this morning. So clearly he had a meeting over there. He met some people. We do not know. We're trying to ascertain which city of Gujarat he landed in last night, but we do know that he flew chartered between Guwahati and Gujarat last night and back this morning into Guwahati. So this is the sensational piece of news that we're bringing to you right now. Who did he meet over there? What sort of engagement did he have over there? Remember, this would be the second time that Eknath Shinde has left the hotel since he arrived over here from Surat a few days ago. The first time was yesterday when he did step out earlier in the day between 12:31 in the afternoon. He stepped out and he drove out with one escort vehicle, and there was a lot of speculation as to where did he go. He came back after 3 hours and we learned that he was in some personal meetings and possibly seeking some amount of legal advice as well, possibly meeting lawyers as to what exactly should be his future course of action and the faction's future course of action. And late last night, when I believe that the media here had dispersed as well, not anticipating that there could be any movement, Eknath Shinde left in the dead of the night from here, took a chartered flight. Chartered flight is something that I can confirm because of I've been speaking to my aviation sources as well. He took a chartered flight. He flew out of Guwahati to Gujarat and then landed back in Guwahati early this morning.
Most likely not a usual aircraft there, a chartered flight there for Eknath Shinde. Very interesting. And we are now heading across to Deepak Kesarkar, who's now speaking to India Today and our sister channel Aaj Tak, the rebel MLA in Guwahati. Let's listen.
है उस दिन कोर्ट बंद रहता है तो आप कहाँ जाएंगे? हम तो आपको ये करके छोड़ेंगे, तो उनका समाधान होने दीजिए, बाद में जाएंगे कोर्ट।
वैसे भी उन्होंने 27 जून तक की तारीख दी है और 27 जून मंडे है, उसके बाद तो कोर्ट्स खुली जाती है। लेकिन मेरा अगला सवाल आपसे यह है कि आप लोगों की अब क्या स्ट्रैटेजी है? क्या स्पष्टता से आप बताएंगे? क्या आप लोग एक अलग पार्टी बनाना चाहते हैं? क्या शिवसेना बाला साहब के नाम पर पार्टी बनाना चाहते हैं?
नहीं, देखिए, हम लोग तो फिलहाल शिवसेना के ही मेंबर है, हमारे पास 2/3 मेजोरिटी है, तो हम शिवसेना करके ही हाउस में बैठेंगे, लेकिन अलग बैठेंगे। चाहे उनको अगर ए नहीं चाहिए तो ए हमको दे, वो शिवसेना ए हो जाते तो हम शिवसेना बी है, मतलब शिवसेना बाला साहब है। अगर उनको लगता है कि हम बड़े हैं तो हमको ए दे तो हम लोग ए ले लेंगे, ऐसा कोई सवाल नहीं। फिर भी हम बाला साहब के विचारधारा पे ही चलेंगे।
आपने बाला साहब का नाम बार बार लिया है केसरकर जी, मैं आपको सुनाना चाहती हूँ आज संजय राउत ने कार्यकारिणी की बैठक के बाहर निकलकर क्या कहा था, फिर इस पर जवाब दीजिएगा। सुनिए क्या कहा उन्होंने।
उनके खिलाफ डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन के लिए उनको तो हो जाएगा बताया है, तो मतलब उनको क्या वापस आना पड़ेगा?
आने दो मुंबई में। उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने एक बहुत बड़ा स्टेटमेंट दिया है, अगर जो छोड़कर गए हैं वो लोग शिवसेना का नाम से भीख मत मांगे, और अगर वोट मांगते हैं तो अपने खुद के बाप के नाम पर मांगे। शिवसेना के बाप, हमारे बाप उद्धव बाला साहब ठाकरे के नाम पर मत मांगने का आपको अधिकार नहीं। आप अपने बाप के नाम से वोट मांग सकते हैं। ठाकरे जी ने
खिलाफ डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन के लिए उनको
तो हो जाएगा
बताया है, तो मतलब उनको क्या वापस आना पड़ेगा?
आने दो। मुंबई में उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने एक बहुत बड़ा स्टेटमेंट दिया है, अगर जो छोड़ कर गए हैं वो लोग शिवसेना का नाम से भीख मत मांगे, और अगर वोट मांगते हैं तो अपने खुद के बाप के नाम पर मांगे। शिवसेना के बाप, हमारे बाप उद्धव बाला साहब ठाकरे के नाम पर मत मांगने का आपको अधिकार नहीं। आप अपने बाप।
इसका दीपक केसरकर जी वो कह रहे हैं अपने बाप के नाम पर वोट मांगिए।
ये तो इलेक्शन बिल्कुल नहीं है। इलेक्शन होगा तो वोट मांगेंगे ना, आज वोट किससे मांगेंगे? ये तो भड़काने वाली चीज है। हम लोग बाला साहब के विचारधारा को मानते हैं, उनका आदर करते हैं, और उनके दिखाए हुए कदमों पे हम लोग चलेंगे और महाराष्ट्र का विकास करेंगे। विकास की बात तो कोई करता ही नहीं है, पॉलिटिक्स की बात करते रहते। ये फाइनेंशियल कैपिटल ऑफ इंडिया है, तो इसका विकास होना चाहिए ना, तो विकास पे बोलिए और विकास कीजिए। आप सत्ता में है, विकास करना आपका काम है और कीजिए, इसीलिए आपको सत्ता में लाया जाता है।
लेकिन आप लोग सीधी चुनौती तो उद्धव ठाकरे को दे ही रहे हैं ना। अगर इतने बागी विधायक चले गए हैं वहां पर आप लोगों के साथ, 2/3 से ज्यादा, जो कि 38 है, तो ये सीधा सीधा उद्धव ठाकरे को ही तो चुनौती है।
देखिए, घर में कुछ नाराज होता है तो टूट के चला जाता है ना, उसको मनाने का भी तरीका होता है। उस तरीके से उसको मनाया जाता। 1 साल उसके लिए था, उस वक्त तो किया जाता, तो ये नहीं होता। अब तो काफी देर हो चुकी, किसी को कोई कॉग्निजेंस नहीं ले रहा था। जब आपको मालूम है कि पहले राज्यसभा का इलेक्शन हो गया, उसमें हमको जो राष्ट्रपति की तरफ से या हमारे जो सहयोगी की तरफ से जो लोगों ने लोग दिए थे मतदान करने के लिए, तो ये राउत साहब ने ही वहां पे बोला था कि वो लोगों ने हमारे लिए मतदान नहीं किया। फिर आपने उन पे क्या एक्शन लिया? वो आपके कारण सत्ता में है ना, तो आपका जो कैंडिडेट है उसका जो पराभव हुआ, वो उद्धव साहब को कितना लगा होगा, उनको कितना बुरा लगा होगा, क्योंकि उन्होंने छत्रपति को टिकट नहीं दिया। जो महाराज है, छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज के वंशज है, उनको टिकट नहीं दिया, एक मावड़ा को दिया, मतलब जो लड़ने वाला रहता है राजा के साथ, उनको टिकट दिया। अगर वो हार जाता है तो आपने जो एक स्टैंड लिया था कि हम किसी को भी जीत के ला सकते हैं, इसमें जिसने ये किया, आपको ऑब्स्ट्रक्ट किया, तो उन पे आपने एक्शन नहीं ली, और इसी कारण एमएलसी इलेक्शन में इसका रिएक्शन आ गया कि वो लोग कुछ भी कर सकते हैं, आप उनका कुछ नहीं बिगाड़ सकते। फिर हम क्या करें? और इस फ्रस्ट्रेशन में ये आगे का सब हो रहा है, ऐसे मुझे लगता है। मैं तो उनके साथ ही था, मेरे पीछे गाड़ियां भेज दी तो मैं भी चला आया यहाँ पे। मुझे क्या, मैं ऐसे ही रहता हूँ। अगर मैं किसी भी चीज बोलूं कि मुझे ये करना है तो मैं वही करता हूँ, और इसके लिए किसी से डरता नहीं। क्यों डरना है? क्या करेंगे? ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग मारते हैं, ये करते हैं। मारना अच्छा है क्या? स्ट्रीट पे उतरना अच्छा है क्या? इसके बजाय 4 अच्छे काम कीजिए। बाला साहब ने क्या बोला था? 90% सोशल वर्क, 10% पॉलिटिक्स। आज तो 90% पॉलिटिक्स चल रहा है। कहाँ है वो एम्बुलेंसेस? कहाँ है वो रक्त देने वाले शिवसैनिक? वो तो अपने अपने घर में है। वो सच्चे शिवसैनिक है। जो किसी के घर में आग लगती है तो पानी लेके जो दौड़ता है, वो शिवसैनिक होता है। और वो शिवसैनिक बाला साहब का होता है जो 90% सोशल वर्क करता है और 10% पॉलिटिक्स करता है। तो
अभी तो
हमने
लेकिन ठीक है,
ये देख के तो हम लोग शिवसेना में आए, नहीं तो मुझे शिवसेना में आने की क्या जरूरत थी?
अभी तो लेकिन आपके अपने ही घर के अंदर आग लगी हुई है। मेरा सवाल आपसे ये है कि 2.5 साल बाद जो ये आप लोगों का ज्ञान चक्षु खुला है कि कांग्रेस और एनसीपी के साथ शिवसेना का हिंदुत्व डाइल्यूट हो रहा है, इसको शिवसेना कहती है कि ईडी का प्रताप है।
देखिए,
ईडी वाला लाया हुआ हिंदुत्व है।
आपने जो आग लगाने की बात की, तो मैं जब लास्ट टाइम शिवसेना प्रमुख हमारे आदरणीय उद्धव जी से मिला, तो मैंने उसको एक ही सेंटेंस बोला था, साहब घर में आग लगी है, पहले उस आग को बुझाइए, बाकी सब आगे चल के हो सकता है। उस आग को बुझाइए, मेरे इतनी मांग थी, आग को बुझाइए, उनको लाइए, करिए, उनका क्या कहना है वो ये कीजिए। आपका एक ये हो जाता है, आप एक बार बोलते तो आग बुझ सकती है, लेकिन आप उस पर चर्चा करते रहेंगे तो आग बुझेगी नहीं, आग भड़केगी। और आग इतनी भड़क गई कि वो उसका इफेक्ट शिवसेना पे भी हो गया। हमें भी दुख होता है कि हमारे पार्टी है, हमने सोचा था कि हमारा सीएम बनेगा तो हमारी पार्टी बढ़ेगी, तो पार्टी बढ़नी चाहिए, बढ़ नहीं रही है, ये वास्तवता है। इसीलिए सब एमएलए नाराज है, सब एमपीज नाराज है। ये एमएलए का क्वेश्चन था इसलिए आ गया। सब एमपीज भी जब मुझे मिलते हैं बोलते हैं कि बहुत बुरी कंडीशन है, हमें कोई प्रोग्राम में बुलाया नहीं जाता, हमने जो काम कहे हैं वो कहे नहीं जाते, क्योंकि सब इम्पोर्टेंट डिपार्टमेंट या तो वो एनसीपी के साथ है या तो वो कांग्रेस के पास है। हमारे पास क्या है, सिर्फ यूडी और इंडस्ट्रीज, ये दोनों इम्पोर्टेंट डिपार्टमेंट है। बाकी तो हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जो है सब ओवरऑल इंचार्ज है महाराष्ट्र।
अच्छा ये बताइए कि अब गुवाहाटी टू मुंबई टिकट कब कटाइएगा?
जब भी महाराष्ट्र में शांति होगी हम जरूर आएंगे। अगर स्पीकर हमको बोलेंगे कि आपके गुट को मैं मान्यता दे रहा हूँ, आप आपके 39 मेंबर्स दिखाइए, हम सबको लेके उनके साथ परेड करेंगे 39 मेंबर्स की। और जिसके पास 39 मेंबर्स है उनको डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन करने की क्या बात है? वो डिस्क्वालिफिकेशन वहां पे अप्लाई ही नहीं होता। आपके पास एप्लीकेशन दिया हुआ है, आप बोल रहे किसी आदमी ने ईमेल पे आ गया इसलिए हम लोग इसको नहीं ले रहे, तो आप उनको बोलिए ना, आप पर्सनली आके दीजिए, तो पर्सनली आके देंगे, लेकिन उसका रिकॉर्ड तो होना चाहिए कि हमको ये मिल गया, उतना तो कीजिए। नहीं तो ऐसा करेंगे कि आप मिला भी नहीं ऐसे बोलेंगे तो कैसे चलेगा?
नहीं, डिप्टी स्पीकर ने कहा पिछली बार जो चिट्ठी मिली थी हस्ताक्षर देखकर उन्होंने कहा नितिन देशमुख के हस्ताक्षर नकली है, ये उन्होंने खुद कहा है, इसीलिए वो बाकियों पर यकीन नहीं कर रहे हैं। देखिए महाराष्ट्र का फैसला महाराष्ट्र में होगा ना सर, थोड़ा ना गुवाहाटी या सूरत में होगा।
नितिन देशमुख ने जब साइन किया तो उनका फोटोग्राफ है, उनका वीडियो है, तो क्या कर रहे थे? उनको उनपे कोई जबरदस्ती कर रहा था क्या? वो अपने मर्जी से कर रहे थे साइन
कि उनको इंजेक्शन लगाया जा रहा था, वो जान बचा के भाग के आए।
उनको डिलीट कर दीजिए, उनको डिलीट कर दीजिए, दूसरा ले लीजिए।
क्या आप लोगों ने, ठीक है, जो तस्वीरें हम दिखा रहे हैं दीपक जी वहां पर काफी तोड़फोड़
है, तो आप बोलिए कि ये नहीं है और आप और एक लाइए, हम लोग लाएंगे, हमारे पास तो 50 है।
ये बागी विधायकों के दफ्तरों पे तोड़फोड़ की तस्वीरें आ रही हैं, क्या आप लोगों ने सुरक्षा की भी मांग की है, परिवारों के लिए कुछ किया है ऐसा?
बिल्कुल ये करना ही पड़ेगा मैडम, ये कायदे का राज है, यहाँ पे कायदे का अमल चलता है, ऐसे ये करना ही ये जो राज्य का मुख्यमंत्री होता है उनका कर्तव्य रहता है। और आज हमारे आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी वहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं, उन्होंने शपथ ली है कि सब लोगों की वो रक्षा करेंगे, चाहे वो किसी के बारे में ममत्व या किसी के बारे में वैर न रखते हुए सबको समान न्याय देंगे, ऐसी उनकी शपथ है। तो चाहे वो किसी भी आदमी का, चाहे वो शिवसेना का एमएलए हो या बीजेपी का एमएलए हो या कि ऑर्डिनरी आदमी हो, किसी का भी घर कोई जला रहा है तो उस पर एक्शन लेना एज ए हेड ऑफ द स्टेट उनका कर्तव्य है। वो ऐसा नहीं करे इसलिए अपील करना उनका कर्तव्य है, और वो बहुत ही कर्तव्यदक्ष मुख्यमंत्री है, तो ये करेंगे, क्योंकि एक रोल अलग है जो पक्ष प्रमुख का रोल है और एक रोल अलग है जो मुख्यमंत्री का है, और वो मुख्यमंत्री का रोल निभाना।
अब आप लोग मुख्यमंत्री रहने कहाँ दे रहे हैं उन्हें? मुख्यमंत्री रहने कहाँ दे रहे हैं? जो बगावत हो गई है, लेकिन
जब तक वो मुख्यमंत्री है उनको अपना कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल ड्यूटी तो निभाना पड़ेगा।
ठीक है, आखिरी सवाल, देवेंद्र फडणवीस को मुख्यमंत्री बनाएंगे, उप मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे एकनाथ शिंदे, गृह मंत्रालय, क्या क्या स्ट्रैटेजी कुछ तो बनाई होगी?
मैं कैसे बोल सकता हूँ मैडम, उन्होंने तो शिंदे साहब ने बोला
इतना टाइम आप लोग बैठे गुवाहाटी में 5 स्टार होटल में सर, कभी तो बात होती होगी ना, चर्चा तो करते ही होंगे क्या क्या मांगना है।
चर्चा करते हैं, हमने पूरा अधिकार शिंदे साहब को दिया है, वो जो भी निर्णय देंगे वो हम लोग उस पर अमल करेंगे, और हमारी गवर्नमेंट आएगी महाराष्ट्र में और वो शिवसेना की गवर्नमेंट होगी, इतना ही मैं बोल सकता।
बीजेपी के साथ
इसके मैडम 2 ही ऑप्शन है, आइदर को कांग्रेस राष्ट्रवादी या तो बीजेपी।
तो बीजेपी के साथ आप सरकार बनाएंगे?
मैंने ऐसा कभी बोला है, वो तो शिंदे साहब डिसाइड करेंगे किसके साथ बनाना है।
आप कह रहे हैं आपकी सरकार आएगी, आप कब आएंगे ये बताने की स्थिति में है आप? 2 दिन, 3 दिन, 4 दिन?
अच्छी स्थिति हो जाए मैडम हम आ जाएंगे। और देखिए हमारा एप्लीकेशन भी बोल रहे हैं कि एप्लीकेशन भी नकली है, तो हमने सब वीडियोस निकाले हैं, वो भी नकली बोल रहे हैं। तो उनका ये है कि वहां आए, फिर 100-200 लोग हमारे गाड़ी को एनसर्कल करे, जोर जोर से घोषणा दे, फिर हमको दबाव में डाले। फिर अगर देखिए ऐसा होता है तो कौन आना चाहेगा? हम तो कोर्ट से प्रोटेक्शन ले लेंगे, हम तो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट से प्रोटेक्शन ले लेंगे। अगर आप नहीं दे रहे हैं तो कोई ना कोई तो होगा जो प्रोटेक्शन देगा, क्योंकि लॉ एंड ऑर्डर ये हर एक का हक है, हमें भी वो मिलना चाहिए
जी।
एक कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल राइट है हमारा 2/3 का मेजोरिटी प्रूव करने का, हमें मिलना चाहिए।
ठीक है,
क्यों पेंडिंग रखा है उसको?
जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका। गुवाहाटी।
Right, so that's Deepak Kesarkar speaking to Anjana Kashyap and stating that they are definitely very confident that they are the ones, which means the Shinde group will eventually somehow manage to make the government, and they're still part of the Shiv Sena. But what you see on your screens are two different visuals. One, Uddhav Thackeray acknowledging the support of the Shiv Senics, of their people who are still backing Uddhav Thackeray. Aditya Thackeray acknowledging, taking selfies, taking visuals, smiling, confident, fist thumping, victory sign. On the other, you see the group of rebel MLAs now sitting in Guwahati in Assam. Constantly, Eknath Shinde's group sending out these videos to remind Uddhav Thackeray and his group and Sanjay Raut they have the numbers and count as much as you want, but the 2/3 majority is now visibly with them, is their claim. So what's stopping then the Shinde camp to go ahead and start to have the party on their side and possibly take the stake to claim to the government in the next few weeks as well? So what's happening right now? As you see, it is a split of the Shiv Sena. And therefore, when it is a split of a party that was founded by Bala Saheb Thackeray, what happens to Bal Thackeray's legacy? With Uddhav Sena, Shinde Sena, what happened to the Bal Thackeray's Shiv Sena? Hours after Shinde Sena confirmed that their party's name, or the group that will be part of Shiv Sena, but will be a splinter group, it will be called the Shiv Sena Bala Saheb. Uddhav Thackeray is warning the rebels do not use the name of Bal Thackeray, and will also be ensuring that he's moving the election commission to ensure that Bal Thackeray's name cannot be included in a splinter group or otherwise. And even stating in a scathing attack, Uddhav Thackeray said, I quote him here, "Himmat hai to khud ke baap ka naam par vote mange. Take your own father's name if you want to. Do not use Bala Saheb's name." Remember, strong words now coming out from Uddhav Thackeray's mouth, and in contrast to the emotional messages. He's also saying these rebel MLAs are sitting on a ticking time bomb. Take a look now of how all of this is unfolding, reactions that are coming in, because Uddhav faction has moved the election commission, and in that letter Uddhav Sena and the group says they strongly object to any party being created in the name of using the names either of Shiv Sena or Bala Saheb Thackeray.
तुम्ही जर थांबला काय करतायत मला म्हणजे मी मध्ये पडणार नाही त्यांचा निर्णय त्याला घेऊन मी नाही मध्ये पडणार तुम्ही जर थांबला काय करतायत मला म्हणजे मी मध्ये पडणार नाही त्यांचा निर्णय त्याला घेऊन मी नाही मध्ये पडणार
ये सत्य और असत्य की लड़ाई है जो भाग के गए हैं उनके खिलाफ है आपल्याला कार्यकारिणीची बैठकीची मुद्दा सगळे माहिती आहेत सगळे बाहेर आलेले आहेत महत्त्वाची गोष्ट म्हणजे गद्दारी खपून गेली जाणार नाही शिवसेना विजयी होणार म्हणजे होणारच
बाला साहब ठाकरे का नाम अगर कोई अपने राजनीतिक स्वार्थ के लिए यूज करता है वो हमें मंजूर नहीं उसका ऊपर लीगल एक्शन लिया जाए। मैंने तो मुंबई में उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने एक बहुत बड़ा स्टेटमेंट दिया है अगर जो छोड़कर गए हैं वो लोग शिवसेना का नाम से भीख मत मांगे और अगर वोट मांगते हैं तो अपने खुद के बाप के नाम पर मांगे। शिवसेना के बाप हमारे बाप बाला साहब ठाकरे के नाम पर मत मांगने का आपको अधिकार नहीं, आप अपने बाप के नाम से वोट मांग सकते।
We are joined by Priyanka Chaturvedi and we'll try and understand what is the action that has been proceeded in this entire meeting. We are told that action was done against the rebel.
We have taken unanimous decision that Shiv Sena will work under the leadership of Shri Uddhav Bala Saheb Thackeray, and whatever he deems fit in terms of action, in terms of reaction, in terms of legalities, in terms of technicalities, in terms of politically, we all stand firmly behind him.
This comes at a time when the Deputy Speaker has summoned Eknath Shinde that he cannot take a call, he should come here and speak to the Deputy Speaker. And on the other hand, continuously Shiv Sena leaders are issuing warnings to the rebel camp. Is it right that the way the law and order situation is deteriorating?
How is law and order situation getting messed up in the city? Are you feeling unsafe in the city? Am I not roaming easily in the city? Who are those who are feeling unsafe? There are those who have, I'll tell you, those who have gone against the mandate of the people, gone against the symbol that they have voted into power, are the ones people are angry towards. So be rest assured, Mumbai's law and order is absolutely in control. We have a good police commissioner who's handling it.
Eknath Shinde is saying that we are the real Shiv Sena. Bala Saheb Thackre's Sena is the Shinde Sena.
It's such a joke. It's such a joke. Can you even imagine a Shiv Sena which belongs to Bala Sahib Thackeray going to someone like an Eknath Shinde, where I think Chief Minister has categorically said it. If you want to start another party, start it under your own father's name. Why should you use my father's name for it?
So there you are, Priyanka Chaturvedi, specifying that the Shiv Sena is not only clearly a Bala Sahib Thackre's Shiv Sena, but it is a Shiv Sena that is identified with Uddhav Thackeray. With video journalist Sanjay, this is Mosmi Singh in Mumbai for India Today.
जो हम लोग ने पिटीशन फाइल की थी उसी के ऊपर सोमवार को 5:30 बजे स्पीकर महोदय के सामने सारे 16 बागी जो विधायक है शिवसेना के उनको आना पड़ेगा और उनकी बाजू उनको यहाँ इन पर्सन आके बोलनी पड़ेगी.
So how has the Shiv Sena become slightly more aggressive? They have given out a resolution letter. What does the resolution say? 6 quick pointers here. Shiv Sena will always belong to Bala Sahib Thackeray. This after Shinde Sena appeared to becoming a splinter group of the Shiv Sena and have Bala Sahib's name in it. Number 2, this is very important because at this point they are also looking at the strategies of the Uddhav Thackeray Sena. They are primarily looking at if the Bala Sahib Thackeray name is misused. Remember, Shiv Sena has always reflected a Marathi pride. And that being said, the Shiv Sena says there will be no compromise on the Marathi pride. That remains, remember, since the beginning has been about that specifically. Now let's take a look at the third resolution that the Shiv Sena has given out in their resolution letter today. They're also looking at how precisely the next letter to the Election Commission will be to object the use of Bala Sahib's name. That is, if Eknath Shinde decides to go ahead with it. And there will be action against the rebel group, either for using the name of Bal Thackeray or just if they can be disqualified also for missing the meetings. Will not let the rebels use Bala Sahib's name at all. So that is today's focus, and concerned and worried if the rebel group starts to use the name of the founder, the patriarch, the father of Uddhav Thackeray. Will contest election under Uddhav. So the few MLAs who are still backing the Shiv Sena as it stands with Uddhav Thackeray have said we will continue to contest elections under Uddhav Thackeray. Only this is the national executive, remember. So not just the MLAs, but primarily the members of the Shiv Sena across the state of Maharashtra today attended the meeting and expressed their support to Uddhav Thackeray. Leaving you with these visuals of how Aditya Thackeray coming and meeting the supporters, clicking selfies, a fist bump there, a victory sign, a smiling acknowledgement to the supporters and Shiv Senics, and interacting with the media persons. Leaving you with these visuals of Uddhav Thackeray and Aditya Thackeray and the MLAs in Guwahati, the rebel ones. I'll be right back after a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Thank you.
मांगते हैं तो आपने खुद के बाप के नाम पर मांगे.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% news that matters. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
इसके कारण ये हुआ है कि दिल्ली एयरपोर्ट अभी वर्ल्ड के लीडिंग एयरपोर्ट्स में है, जहां की हमारा हाईएस्ट रेटिंग है एयरपोर्ट काउंसिल इंटरनेशनल द्वारा। साउथ ईस्ट एशिया में एक भी एयरपोर्ट नहीं है जो कि लेवल 4+ एक्रेडिशन जिसको मिला है। लेवल 4+ एक्रेडिशन ये चीज़ डिनोट करता है कि अलग अलग स्कोप का जो एमिशन होता है वो हर एक स्कोप पे हमने रिडक्शन किया है।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
The rebel Sena group making their agenda very clear, and this is the biggest political news scoop coming in. Eknath Shinde's camp is likely to form a rebel group and possibly a rebel party. Shinde's group has sought recognition as a separate party. In an exclusive conversation with India Today, rebel MLA Deepak Sarkar said Eknath Shinde has sent a letter to the Deputy Speaker and they want now to be recognized as, and I quote that here, a Shiv Sena of the Bala Sahib Thackeray. While having a conversation with India Today, this rebel group dropped this massive hint of supporting possibly the Bharatiya Janata Party to eventually form a government in the state of Maharashtra, and that will be with the Shiv Sena of the Bala Sahib group.
लेकिन जो 2003 में अमेंडमेंट हुआ है इस कानून में, उसके तहत एक ही पार्टी के 2 गुट असेंबली में नहीं बैठ सकते। इसीलिए बार बार ये कहा जा रहा है कि आपका ये शिवसेना बाला साहिब नाम का जो कोई गुट बनेगा, जिसको मान्यता शायद मिल भी जाए, वो गुट अपने आप को उनको मर्ज करना पड़ेगा किसी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी में। तो या तो वो नहीं है, हो सकती है या आपकी कोई और, या नहीं है? अच्छा,
ऐसे बिल्कुल नहीं है, ऐसा कुछ प्राविधान नहीं है। वो तो अलग गट करके आप बैठ सकते हैं और वैसे हम लोग बैठेंगे। आज जो सिर्फ चल रहा है प्रेशर टैक्टिक्स चल रहा है महाराष्ट्र में, और ऐसे कोई भी नहीं है। जो भी प्रोविजंस होंगे कायदे की, उसके हम लोग अमल बजावनी करेंगे।
आप बीजेपी को समर्थन देंगे? आपका गुट बीजेपी को सरकार बनाने के लिए समर्थन देगा?
हमारी मांग ये थी कि आप इनके साथ मत रहिए। अब महाराष्ट्र में 2 ही ऑप्शन बचते हैं, या तो आप कांग्रेस और राष्ट्रवादी के साथ जाओ, या तो आप बीजेपी के साथ जाओ, नहीं तो सरकार नहीं बन सकती। फिर से इलेक्शन लेनी पड़ेगी, ये बात है।
तो मतलब आप बीजेपी को समर्थन देंगे और सरकार यहां पर बनाएंगे महाराष्ट्र में, यही आपका गोल रहेगा इस पूरे मामले में?
बीजेपी को समर्थन देना न देना ये शिंदे साहब का डिसीजन रहेगा। शिंदे साहब जो भी डिसीजन लेंगे वो हम सब पे बाइंडिंग है। हमने ऐसे यूनानिमसली बोला है कि शिंदे साहब जो भी डिसीजन लेंगे हम लोग उनके साथ रहेंगे।
लेकिन अब आप ये कह रहे हैं कि आप अलग गुट बनाने की कोशिश करेंगे, क्योंकि आपका जो पहला वाला दावा था वो उपाध्यक्ष ने ठुकरा दिया है, तो इसीलिए क्या अब आप अलग गुट बनाकर शिवसेना बाला साहेब इस नाम से काम करेंगे महाराष्ट्र की असेंबली में, ये बात आप कहना चाहते हैं?
देखिए, पहला जो एप्लीकेशन था वो डिफरेंट था, वो गट नेता के बारे में था, और गट नेता जब चुना जाता है तो जो असेंबली में चुने हुए लोग हैं, जो पार्टी सिंबल पे जीत के आए हैं, समझिए अगर शिवसेना है तो 56 लोग ऐसे हैं एमएलए जो जीत के आए थे शिवसेना के सिंबल पे। तो उन्होंने अपनी ये दी है डिक्लेरेशन कि हम लोग शिवसेना के नाम से हमारा पक्ष रहेगा और एकनाथ शिंदे साहब हमारे गट नेता रहेंगे। अगर 56 लोग लिख के देते हैं, अगर उसमें से एक एक्सपायर हो जाते हैं तो हमारी संख्या बचती है 55। अगर 55 में से आपको चेंज करना होगा तो एटलीस्ट 28 सिग्नेचर्स यू मस्ट हैव। दिस इज अ सिंपल लॉजिक। और उसको आप टुकड़ा देते हैं तो उसके बारे में भी कोर्ट में जाना चाहिए। तो हर बार कोर्ट में जाना इट्स जिसे आप बोलते हैं कि ये जो अपनी लोकशाही है उसकी विटंबना है। ये ऐसे नहीं होना चाहिए, उनको ऐसा निर्णय नहीं लेना चाहिए, लेकिन इसको भी हम लोग कोर्ट में चैलेंज करेंगे।
आजकल हम लोग देख रहे हैं कि ताराजी सावंत जो आपके साथ वहां पर है, उनके घर पे तोड़फोड़ की गई है, मंगेश कुडालकर उनका दफ्तर तोड़ा गया है, कई जगह पर शिवसैनिक आपके विधायकों के घरों पर जाकर हमला करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, उनकी तोड़फोड़ कर रहे हैं, संजय राउत धमकी दे रहे हैं। आपको आज नेशनल एग्जीक्यूटिव की मीटिंग भी है शिवसेना की, उसमें यह तय होगा कि आगे की कार्रवाई किस तरीके से हो सकती है। आपकी क्या प्रतिक्रिया इन सारी चीजों पर?
देखिए, जो भी मुख्यमंत्री रहते हैं वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल हेड रहते हैं स्टेट के, तो उनकी जवाबदारी रहती है, उनको शपथ दी जाती है कि आप किसी के आदमी के बारे में ममत्व या देश की भावना मन में नहीं रखते हुए काम करेंगे और सब जनता को न्याय देंगे। तो अगर अपनी शपथ नहीं निभा रहे हैं तो वो गलत चीज है। उनको ये सोचना चाहिए कि वो सब अभी पक्ष प्रमुख है, लेकिन वो अभी उस रोल में नहीं है जब तक वो महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री है। तो महाराष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री होने के कारण उनको जो भी एक्शन लेना है वो एक्शन लेना चाहिए। अगर जरूरी हो और राउत साहब पे एक्शन लेना पड़े तो वो भी लेना है, क्योंकि ऐसे भड़काऊ वक्तव्य वो कर रहे हैं। और अपने जो पार्टी वर्कर्स है उनको उन्होंने क्लियर आदेश देना चाहिए कि आप शांत रहिए, महाराष्ट्र शांत रहना चाहिए, कोई भी लॉ एंड ऑर्डर का प्रॉब्लम महाराष्ट्र में नहीं आना चाहिए।
So will the real Shiv Sena please stand up now, because Eknath Shinde is moving in for the kill. They are pushing for a new splinter group that will be called Shiv Sena Bala Sahib. Uddhav Thackeray is digging in his heels. He's hitting out at Shinde camp saying Shiv Sena and Thackerays are synonymous and action will be taken because there's only one Shiv Sena, and that right now is under the leadership of Uddhav Thackeray. Take a look at this story.
Which is the real Shiv Sena? Who will inherit Bala Sahib Thackeray's legacy? And who will rule Maharashtra? This raging political Mahabharat has now entered a legal battleground. Both Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray and rebel Eknath Shinde are staking claim as the rightful heir of Shiv Sena.
शिवसेना कदापि हिंदुत्वापासून आणि हिंदुत्व कदापि शिवसेनेपासून दूर होऊ शकत नाही, कारण शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी जो एक कानमंत्र दिलेला है कि हिंदुत्व हा आमचा श्वास है।
अभी तो हम लोग तो कल भी हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के सैनिक थे, आज भी है, कल भी रहेंगे।
लेकिन क्या फिर अभी
बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की जो आइडियोलॉजी है, उनकी भूमिका है, उसे ही हम लोग आगे लेके जाना चाहते हैं।
One thing is clear, a split in Shiv Sena is now inevitable. Shinde and 37 MLAs have broken rank from the Uddhav Sena. They are now the majority, leaving the original Shiv Sena to be reduced to a minority party. And now, Shinde Sena is moving in for the kill by laying claim to the bow and arrow symbol of the original Shiv Sena.
जब एमएलए लोगों की जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में अगर कोई काम नहीं होता है या उनके ऊपर अन्याय होता है तो अन्याय के खिलाफ लड़ने की सीख जो है हमारे को बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने दी है.
The Shinde camp is reportedly forming a new rebel party called Shiv Sena Bala Sahib. Another resounding message that they are carrying forward Bala Sahib's Hindutva ideology.
हम आज भी विचारधारा से जुड़े हुए हैं, इसलिए हमने ये नाम रखा है कि शिवसेना बाला साहेब, क्योंकि शिवसेना वहां पे वो पार्टी का नाम है शिवसेना बाला साहेब गट करके नाम रखा है और उस गट को रिकॉग्निशन देना चाहिए.
Uddhav Thackeray too is digging in his heels, hitting out at Shinde camp, saying Shiv Sena and Thackerays are synonyms.
ठाकरे आणि शिवसेना ही दोन शब्द वेगळे करून तुम्ही शिवसेना चालून दाखवाच. माझं आज सुद्धा आव्हान आहे. काढा बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो वापरायचा नाही, मी तर नालायकच आहे, माझा फोटो लावूच नका, पण बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो न लावता तुम्ही शिवसेना नावाने जगून दाखवा.
But who decides which is the real Shiv Sena? The matter can be only decided by the Election Commission. Election Commission will also decide on allotment of party symbol on set rules if Eknath Shinde seeks official recognition. Till then, the war of words, war for legacy and the war for power will only get bigger. Bureau Report, India Today.
So meanwhile, what are other political parties up to in this Maha-political crisis? Union Minister Ramdas Athavale met former Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis in Mumbai. Ramdas Athavale slammed Uddhav Thackeray government for vandalism and threats of a street fight against the rebel MLAs. He's urging Uddhav Thackeray's government to tighten the noose around Shiv Senics who are resorting to violence. He's also asked Uddhav Thackeray to resign from the position of Chief Minister, assuring full support to the rebel faction. But he appreciated the efforts of Eknath Shinde and 38 rebel MLAs, saying 2/3 of the legislators are supporting clearly for a reason to Eknath Shinde. Further adding, rebel faction should now get recognitions. So speculation is rife. If possibly this is a clear indication of BJP's support to Eknath Shinde faction to eventually stake claim for the Maha throne in Maharashtra.
मुख्यमंत्री इस्तीफा देना चाहिए, लेकिन अभी मुख्यमंत्री बोल रहे हैं हाउस में मेजोरिटी दिखाएगी. अभी इतनी माइनॉरिटी में गए हैं और मेजोरिटी कहाँ से दिखाएंगे? तो हाउस में दिखाना है तो हाउस में दिखा सकते हैं, लेकिन फिलहाल माननीय देवेंद्र फडणवीस जी ने बताया कि हमें कोई जल्दबाजी बिल्कुल नहीं है, हम वेट एंड आवाज पर हम लोग हैं. 2/3 मेजोरिटी से एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ एमएलए चले गए हैं, तो उनको मतलब शिवसेना की मान्यता मिलनी चाहिए. और इसी तरह की दादागिरी करना अच्छी बात नहीं है. जो तोड़फाड़ हो रही है इसको रोकने की आवश्यकता है, लेकिन पुलिस के सामने इसी तरह की तोड़फाड़ हो रही है, ये बात बिल्कुल नाजायज है और बहुत ही गंभीर बात है.
Teesta Setalwar has been taken to the Santa Cruz police station by the Gujarat anti-terror squad officials. It is believed that she might also then be taken to Ahmedabad from there. Activist Teesta Setalwar taken to the Santa Cruz police station by the Gujarat ATS and then possibly thereon could be taken from Ahmedabad. She's currently based in Maharashtra in Mumbai. And we'll try and get more details about what exactly is the reason behind the ATS team there and have now taken her to the Santa Cruz police station. Let's go across now to my colleague Dev Kotak for the latest on that. Dev, what precisely is the reason that the Gujarat ATS officials were there, have taken her to the Santa Cruz police station? And I believe we have the latest visuals there on our screens right now, and then to Ahmedabad.
Well, yes, just to put things into perspective and make them extremely clear, right now I'm currently outside the Santa Cruz police station. There you see a large group of people who are believed to be supporters and also the staff members of Teesta Setalwar's NGO, CJP, Citizens for Justice and Peace. The gentleman bald with glasses is Teesta Setalwar's lawyer. he to our channel and several other channels also disclosed the fact that she was taken earlier this afternoon after 4 p.m. They did not give her a prior intimation, but the Gujarat ATS team just barged into her house, the bungalow called Nirant on Juhu Tara Road, where she also lives, and her office premises are also located in the same very place. Also, they barged in, giving her no prior notice. FIR was filed, however, an FIR copy was shared only with her lawyer after Teesta Setalvad was taken away, calling this an illegal arrest, also calling it extremely unfair. Of course, as we know, this comes hours after the Union Home Minister Amit Shah gave an interview to a channel where, he had also disclosed the fact that Teesta Setalvad had been lying throughout as far as statements pertaining to 2002 riots have been concerned. It is the same very case in which the Special Investigations team from Gujarat granted PM Modi a clean chit, and Teesta Setalvad is accused of siphoning of funds. In the FIR sections of the Indian Penal Code, 468 and 471 have been added. One of them is also forgery, believed that she lied to people, and also the Supreme Court observed that Teesta Setalvad had done this for her own personal gains and in order to make money. However, this is yet to be established, and these claims that have been made by the apex court need to be verified. Teesta Setalvad, on her way out, she was taken only a few minutes ago, about 5 to 7 minutes ago. She is being taken to Ahmedabad. So,
they do keep tracking the latest on that. So currently in Mumbai, Santa Cruz police station, and likely to be taken to Gujarat, and this in connection to some of the allegations of corruption there, and if there was misinformation that was spread by her. But my colleague Dev will be tracking all the latest on that. Dev, thank you so much for now. I'm heading into a very short break. Don't go anywhere through the evening. I'll be telling you all the latest that's coming in from Maharashtra and a potboiler thriller that's unfolding there. From Maharashtra to Assam. Stay tuned. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
Can you imagine your life without Swiggy, Dunzo, Zomato, Zepto? Well, let's just nod in agreement that life would not be the same without these apps. But can we look at them with a finer lens? After the pandemic, reliance on these apps increased, and so did the demand and supply for gig work across India, according to Taskmo Gig Index. Gig work consists of income-earning activities outside of traditional long-term employer-employee relationships. So essentially, these gig workers are those who are delivering the items you order through these apps. But there are problems this workforce is facing. Problems around social security rights and working rights. These problems are also the primary cause of distress among the emerging form of employees. So let's explain what a gig economy is. Gig economy is a free market where organizations like Ola, Uber, Zomato and Swiggy hire or contract workers for a short span of time. Basically, these are temporary positions to meet the company's immediate requirements. Gig workers are those who are part of this economy. They work independently on call or on a temporary basis. India is the 5th largest gig economy according to an India Staffing Federation report. In India, over 15 million workers are employed as gig workers across the industries. And digital platforms played an important role in helping job seekers find these gig work. Gig workers suffer from the lack of social security, sanitary working conditions, and working rights. So this sector is highly unregulated, which, like any unregulated sector, results in nominal benefits and reduced security. You can call this a shinier extension of India's unorganized labor economy. According to India's Code on Wages 2019, a universal minimum wage and floor wage should be provided to all organized and unorganized sectors. That includes gig workers. Likewise, the Code on Social Security 2020 recognizes gig workers as a new category. That also makes them eligible for benefits like maternity benefits, life and disability cover, old age protection, provident fund, and employment injury benefits. However, the eligibility does not guarantee that they will get these benefits.
I bought a toothpaste and a Marmite and I saw it finish. And then I went to the shop to buy again and I was like, I haven't seen a toothpaste finish for the last 15 years. So I've not gone away because of COVID. I just moved and I loved those 2 years away. You know, when I first went there, I bought a toothpaste and a Marmite and I saw it finish. And then I went to the shop to buy again and I was like, I haven't seen a toothpaste finish for the last 15 years. Because I've been traveling so much. I have some 4 or 6 sets of things, right? One in London to travel, one always with an airport bag, one. I've never seen a thing finish. I loved it. So I think I want to see it again for a bit. Like I want to have a bit of stability.
Little joys of life.
Yeah, man. So just reading, watching, eating in the sense, not food, eat in order to give, like being able to give, you know what I mean? So I'm enjoying that and I'm slowly coming back.
This year you have
4 releases.
4 releases.
Yeah. But slowly, let's see. The thing is, the truth is, last 2 years, most of the things have been on OTT only, yeah. Like whether they're films or series, you know what I mean? So, I don't know.
But do you think it's better than what's been written in cinema? Roles written specially for women?
That's what I'm saying, I don't know, because Jalsa was great, it's a film. Then Gangubai, the part was great. Then, you know, Deepika's just done Gehraiya, which is written for a woman. Then, I mean, there are many films which were also quite strong parts. Forensic was also it was a strong woman character. So I think it's more or less the same.
Which I'm aware of on Twitter, though I don't actively participate in. I'm aware of the fact that there is a debate online about, you know, why should we, you know, remake films that have already been made. Maybe it's just a phase right now, but it's also very cyclical. And creatively speaking, as she said, in our film, especially strictly speaking about our film, it's a very different perspective.
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's News Today with Rajdeep Sardesai. Monday to Friday, 9 p.m. Only on India Today TV.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Panchargat Tire. अब हवा नहीं निकलेगी. Powered by NECC. Sunday हो या Monday, रोज खाओ अंडे.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening and welcome. Never-ending twists and turns coming in from Maharashtra. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines. Uddhav Thackeray moves the Election Commission to win Bala Sahib's legacy. Uddhav Thackeray to ensure nobody uses Bal Thackeray's name. Warns the rebels are sitting on a ticking time bomb. Disqualification notice has been issued to the rebel MLAs. Rebels asked to respond by 5 p.m. on 27 June. Eknath Shinde also receives the notice. But Shinde makes a big claim, says security cover has been withdrawn for all the rebel MLAs, but the Aghadi government has dismissed this claim for now. Shiv Senics resorting to all-out hooliganism on the streets, vandalizing rebel MLAs' offices in Pune. Sanjay Raut justifies the violence, says fire once lit cannot be doused.
डर तो रहना ही चाहिए. हमारा गुस्सा अगर हम नहीं निकालेंगे तो कैसा होगा कि हम क्या नामर्द है? हम नामर्द नहीं है. क्या होगा? सत्ता चली जाएगी ज्यादा से ज्यादा. और क्या होता है?
After Supreme Court vindicates Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the Gujarat riots case, Home Minister Amit Shah speaks out, says he saw Prime Minister Modi suffer quietly for 20 years, lashes out at opposition for conspiracy.
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की विरोधी राजनीतिक पार्टियां, कुछ आइडियोलॉजी के लिए राजनीति में आए हुए पत्रकार और कुछ एनजीओ ने मिलकर, इस त्रिकूट ने मिलकर ये आरोपों को इतना प्रचारित किया.
Gujarat anti-terror squad takes activist Teesta Setalwar to Santa Cruz police station in Mumbai for allegations on corruption in the Gujarat riots case. Teesta may also be taken to Gujarat later. There is a So will the real Shiv Sena now stand up? Because it's all about Bal Thackeray's legacy about and between Uddhav Sena versus the Shinde Sena in Maharashtra. Hours after, the Shinde group confirmed that their new splinter group or party will be called Shiv Sena Bala Sahib. So Uddhav Thackeray has now warned the rebel MLAs. In this warning, Uddhav Thackeray wrote and said, nobody can use Bala Sahib's name. A scathing attack on rebel Shinde. Also, he said, and I quote him here, "Himmat hai to khud ke baap ke naam par vote mange. Take the vote in your father's name, not on my father's name, Bala Sahib Thackeray." In this stern message, he has added that Shinde Sena could also now be sticking on a ticking time bomb. This after a resolution was passed to stop the Shinde group from using Bala Sahib's name in their group or a new party eventually. Uddhav faction and therefore has now moved the Election Commission so that appealing against the misuse of Bal Thackeray's name. In a letter written to the Election Commission, Uddhav's group has mentioned they strongly object to any such party being created in the name or using the name of the Shiv Sena or Bala Sahib Thackeray.
तुम्ही जर थांबणार काय करतायत मला म्हणे मी मध्ये पडणार नाही त्यांचा निर्णय त्यांना घेऊन मी नाही मध्ये पडणार तुम्ही जर थांबणार काय करतायत मला म्हणे मी मध्ये पडणार नाही त्यांचा निर्णय त्यांना घेऊन मी नाही मध्ये पडणार.
ये सत्य और असत्य की लड़ाई है. जो भाग के गए हैं उनके खिलाफ है. आपल्याला कार्यकारिणीची बैठकीची मुद्दा सगळे माहिती आहेत, सगळे बाहेर आलेले आहेत. महत्त्वाची गोष्ट म्हणजे गद्दारी खपून गेली जाणार नाही. शिवसेना विजयी होणार म्हणजे होणारच.
बाला साहब ठाकरे का नाम अगर कोई अपने राजनीतिक स्वार्थ के लिए यूज करता है तो हमें मंजूर नहीं, उसका ऊपर लीगल एक्शन लिया जाए. मैंने तो मुंबई में उद्धव ठाकरे जी ने एक बहुत बड़ा स्टेटमेंट दिया है, अगर जो छोड़कर गए हैं वो लोग शिवसेना का नाम से भीख मत मांगे और अगर वोट मांगते हैं तो अपने खुद के बाप के नाम पर मांगे. शिवसेना के बाप, हमारे बाप बाला साहब ठाकरे के नाम पर मत मांगने का आपको अधिकार नहीं. आप अपने बाप के नाम से वोट मांग सकते.
We are joined by Priyanka Chaturvedi and we'll try and understand what is the action that has been proceeded in this entire meeting. We are told that action was done against the rebel.
We have taken unanimous decision that Shiv Sena will work under the leadership of Shri Uddhav Bala Sahib Thackeray and whatever he deems fit in terms of action, in terms of reaction, in terms of legalities, in terms of technicalities, in terms of politically, we all stand firmly behind him.
This comes at a time when the Deputy Speaker has summoned Eknath Shinde that he cannot take a call. He should come here and speak to the Deputy Speaker. And on the other hand, continuously Shiv Sena leaders are issuing warnings to the rebel camp. Is it right that the way the law and order situation is deteriorating?
How is law and order situation getting messed up in the city? Are you feeling unsafe in the city? Am I not roaming easily in the city? Who are those who are feeling unsafe? There are those who have, I'll tell you, those who have gone against the mandate of the people, gone against the symbol that they have voted into power, are the ones people are angry towards. So be rest assured, Mumbai's law and order is absolutely in control. We have a good police commissioner who's handling it.
Eknath Shinde is saying that we are the real Shiv Sena. Bala Sahib Thackre's Sena is the Shinde Sena.
It's such a joke. It's such a joke. Can you even imagine a Shiv Sena which belongs to Bala Sahib Thackray going to someone like an Eknath Shinde, where I think Chief Minister has categorically said it. If you want to start another party, start it under your own father's name. Why should you use my father's name for it?
So there you are, Priyanka Chaturvedi, specifying that the Shiv Sena is not only clearly a Bala Sahib Thackre's Shiv Sena, but it is a Shiv Sena that is identified with Uddhav Thackeray. With video journalist Sanjay, this is Mosmi Singh in Mumbai for India Today.
जो हम लोग ने पिटीशन फाइल की थी, उसी के ऊपर सोमवार को 5:30 बजे स्पीकर महोदय के सामने सारे 16 बागी जो विधायक है शिवसेना के, उनको आना पड़ेगा और उनकी बाजू उनको यहाँ इन पर्सन आके बोलनी पड़ेगी.
Let's go across now to my colleague Mustafa Sheikh, tracking all the latest on that. Mustafa, eventually it will be about whether the Shinde Sena can manage that splinter group of Bala Sahib. But do you think Uddhav Thackeray and his group ensuring that they don't get that opportunity at all?
Well, the question at this point of time is who has the numbers, the better numbers for at least Maharashtra Vidhan Sabha is with the Eknath Shinde camp, and we are here where Eknath Shinde's son, Member of Parliament Shrikant Shinde is present. We are just inside Eknath Shinde's house right now, and they are saying that we are confident that we have the 2/3 majority. Sooner or later we will get the party symbol. That happened in the same case of AIDMK. We have precedents in place, so only what the MVA is doing at this point of time is buying time for themselves. The eventuality has been decided. Back to you.
Happening. We can see Netas are reacting. Athavale also says we support the Shinde group, but the Uddhav Thackeray group, Aditya Thackeray are meeting, acknowledging supporters. So if you can also, I understand that you may be right now surrounded with other Netas as well, and you are, I'm being told, at another politician's residence. But if you can update, Mustafa, of how precisely the Shiv Sena as it stands today will continue to take a confident, aggressive approach.
Well, what Shiv Sena is doing right now under Uddhav Thackeray is trying to gather as much as Shiv Sainik as possible to understand the situation, to understand what has been the damage to the party. Remember, in the Maharashtra Assembly, there has been huge damage. 2/3 is the number which Eknath Shinde has. Somewhere, Shiv Sena and Uddhav Thackeray is assuming and hoping that some of the MLAs jump ship from Eknath Shinde's camp. That is only which can save, which can affect anti-defection law. If that does not happen, then it's a clear 2/3 majority, and hence Shiv Sena at this point of time is planning and motivating and boosting its cadre, because even if the government is lost, Shiv Sena will again have to fight the upcoming BMC elections on the cadre which is left. It's possible that this rift extends from the Maharashtra Assembly and goes on the local levels where corporations will also be distributed and people will shift loyalty. So that is something that the Shiv Sena is bracing for. Back to you.
Mustafa, keep tracking the latest on that. So, of course, a lot of strategies, permutations and combinations that are on. But Uddhav Thackeray, remember, had a national executive meeting today. Turning their stand slightly aggressive, what does the Shiv Sena under the leadership of Uddhav Thackeray say today in their resolution letter? 6 important points, the highlights here, the takeaways. Now, on top, it is all about Bala Sahib's name that Uddhav Thackeray and the Shiv Sena says we will not let anyone else use it. It always belongs, the Shiv Sena as it stands, will always belong to Bala Sahib Thackeray, the founder, the patriarch, the father of Uddhav Thackeray, which means there will be no compromise on the Marathi pride, which primarily has been the focus of the foundation of the Shiv Sena. But why specifically about the Marathi pride? They are stating that nobody will be allowed to misuse the name of Bala Saheb Thackeray, and therefore any such reference or action on it will be objected to. And that is why a letter has been written to the Election Commission by Uddhav Thackeray and the Shiv Sena, objecting to anyone's use of that name, which means if the rebel group decides to go ahead and misuse it, they will be disqualified, there will be action taken against it. Now, number 5 is very important. Will not let the rebels use Bala Saheb's name, making it very clear that this is our point of the resolution today of the National Executive of the Shiv Sena, which includes not just the MLAs, but the members there all across for the party. But number 6, eventually expressing support, saying we will contest only under the leadership of Uddhav Thackeray as it stands with regard to the Shiv Sena. So the National Executive members coming out in support for Uddhav Thackeray. So some of those party netas, they're ensuring, and members of the party, to continue to show support for Uddhav Thackeray. But it will be, as you can see, a legacy war on Bala Saheb's name now. Because Eknath Shinde is clearly moving in for the kill, pushing for a new name, at least of a splinter group, and he will be aiming to call it Shiv Sena Bala Saheb. Uddhav Thackeray, digging in his heels, will not accept any of that happening and hits out at the Shinde camp, saying Shiv Sena and the Thackerays are synonymous with each other, and is threatening the rebel group against using the name of his father.
Which is the real Shiv Sena? Who will inherit Bala Saheb Thackeray's legacy? And who will rule Maharashtra? This raging political Mahabharat has now entered a legal battleground. Both Chief Minister Uddhav Thackeray and rebel Eknath Shinde are staking claim as the rightful heir of Shiv Sena.
शिवसेना कदापि हिंदुत्वापासून आणि हिंदुत्व कदापि शिवसेनेपासून दूर होऊ शकत नाही, कारण शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी जो एक कानमंत्र दिलेला आहे की हिंदुत्व हा आमचा श्वास आहे.
अभी तो हम लोग तो कल भी हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी के सैनिक थे, आज भी है, कल भी रहेंगे.
लेकिन क्या फिर अभी
बाला साहब ठाकरे जी की जो आइडियोलॉजी है, उनकी भूमिका है, उसे ही हम लोग आगे लेके जाना चाहते हैं.
One thing is clear, a split in Shiv Sena is now inevitable. Shinde and 37 MLAs have broken rank from the Uddhav Sena. They are now the majority, leaving the original Shiv Sena to be reduced to a minority party. And now, Shinde Sena is moving in for the kill by laying claim to the bow and arrow symbol of the original Shiv Sena.
जब एमएलए लोगों की जो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में अगर कोई काम नहीं होता है या उनके ऊपर अन्याय होता है, तो अन्याय के खिलाफ लड़ने की सीख जो है हमारे को बाला साहब ठाकरे जी ने दी है.
The Shinde camp is reportedly forming a new rebel party called Shiv Sena Bala Saheb. Another resounding message that they are carrying forward Bala Saheb's Hindutva ideology.
हम आज भी विचारधारा से जुड़े हुए हैं, इसलिए हमने ये नाम रखा है कि शिवसेना बाला साहेब, क्योंकि शिवसेना वहां पे वो पार्टी का नाम है, शिवसेना बाला साहेब गट करके नाम रखा है, और उस गट को रिकॉग्निशन देना चाहिए.
Uddhav Thackeray too is digging in his heels, hitting out at Shinde camp, saying Shiv Sena and Thackerays are synonyms.
ठाकरे आणि शिवसेना ही दोन शब्द वेगळे करून तुम्ही शिवसेना चालून दाखवाच. माझं आज सुद्धा आव्हान आहे, कारण बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो वापरायचा नाही, मी तर नालायकच आहे, माझा फोटो लावूच नका, पण बाळासाहेबांचाही फोटो न लावता तुम्ही शिवसेना नावाने जगून दाखवा.
But who decides which is the real Shiv Sena? The matter can be only decided by the Election Commission. Election Commission will also decide on allotment of party symbol on set rules if Eknath Shinde seeks official recognition. Till then, the war of words, war for legacy, and the war for power will only get bigger. Bureau Report, India Today.
Our editor Kamlesh Uddar joins me now on this live telecast. Kamlesh, because with the experience that you have of covering Maharashtra politics, how will this play out? Because it will not be that easy even for Shinde to take the name of Bala Sahib as a splinter group or a new party. So how is Uddhav Thackeray stopping it, and how is Eknath Shinde ensuring that he manages to now lead the new group?
It will happen on two grounds. First, it has to be the political narrative. One will have to be played on the political front and one on the legal front. On the political front, Uddhav Thackeray, since yesterday we have seen, is trying to create a narrative that the Shiv Sena is being hijacked, taken over by something else, and that is why he is into huddle with his party leaders and all party workers. We have seen Uddhav Thackeray taking to the streets, meeting his party workers, holding meeting with corporators, district chiefs and other Shiv Sena leaders. That is on one part. Uddhav Thackeray Shiv Sena is saying that we are the original Shiv Sena and this is just a breakaway faction from the Shiv Sena. On the other hand, we've seen Eknath Shinde trying to create that narrative by saying we are the original Bala Sahib Thackeray Shiv Sena. We are taking forward his legacy and his ideology. That is what Deepak Kesarkar also said in his press conference. We have not walked out of Shiv Sena. We have not quit the Shiv Sena. That is what they are trying to say.
Yes.
On the other hand, look at the legislative party. The legislative party's majority is certainly with Eknath Shinde group. Eknath Shinde has the 2/3 majority that is required to form a separate group. But Uddhav Thackeray made it clear this afternoon that you cannot use the name of either Shiv Sena nor Bala Sahib. Though it is ultimately for the election commission to decide, Uddhav Thackeray is just trying to send across a message that you cannot use our name and our legacy. You can use your father's name, not mine. That is on the other hand. But as experts have been saying that since they have 2/3 majority, though they cannot be disqualified, they will have to merge their group into other party. Now that is where the catch is. So the legal battle is going to go on for another few days. This is not just ending soon, both on the political front as well as the legal front.
Also, Eknath Shinde is very confident at this point, Kamlesh, that they will not be disqualified. We have some big news coming in, but I do have a point that, it will continue to be there. It's a pot boiler that, is witnessing constant twists and turns. And I'll come back to you, Kamlesh, on that. We have some more news coming in. Let's take a look at that. All right, what we are having and details coming in from Maharashtra. Remember, it's a developing story. Kamlesh, as you continue to be with me. All right, this news is regarding... We have some more developments coming in from the state of Maharashtra. At this point, what you're looking at are the visuals of Teesta Setalwar. We're now being told that the activist Teesta Setalwar was brought into the Santa Cruz police station. The Gujarat anti-terror squad officials were there, but now Teesta Setalwar has been taken into arrest by the Gujarat ATS team. She will be brought to Ahmedabad crime branch. So definitely it appears that a time of trouble for Teesta Setalwar. This is, remember, hours after the court also continuing to give a clean chit with regard to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Home Minister Amit Shah had also said that there were deliberate conspiracy theories and misinformation campaign that was targeted at the Prime Minister. But now, activist Teesta Setalwar has been taken into arrest by the Gujarat ATS team, the anti-terror squad. That's the details that's coming in. Remember, this is big news at this point because this is the Gujarat police, the Gujarat ATS, that has taken into arrest Teesta Setalwar. She's currently in Mumbai. She was brought to the Santa Cruz police station, and from there she's likely to be taken to the Ahmedabad crime branch. We'll be shortly getting our reporters on the ground as well. But this is the latest that I can tell you has come as a confirmation. Just about half an hour ago, she was brought to the Santa Cruz police station. Now, this is about siphoning of funds. This is about misinformation campaign that Teesta Setalwar ran, and this specifically is about the 2002 riots that had taken place in the state of Gujarat. The Gujarat police, we are being told, has registered a case against 3 accused, not only just Teesta Setalwar, but former IPS officer Sanjeev Bhatt, former IPS officer RB Srikumar, and Teesta Setalwar, who's now been taken into arrest. So this was about giving false information, wrong information, and consistently focusing on that, and also pushing the target with regard to now Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who was then the Chief Minister of the state of Gujarat. Remember that there were several petitions that were put by Zakia Jafri in the court, and it is being alleged that there was also some false information that was provoked by Teesta Setalvad and was pushed by her to have Zakia Jafri petition in the court with that false and fake information to the Special Investigation Team head and to other commissions. Now, the investigation has found out that through these petitions, the information that was added, was it at the behest of the activist Teesta Setalvad, who's now been taken into arrest? As of now, the details that we have on our screens is that eventually, as you can see, these are the latest visuals, the arrest has come. But what happens next? Because we can already see that at this point, this is, just to give you a background, Teesta Setalvad has been a known activist, specifically with regard to the 2002 Gujarat riots campaigns, and consistently had been putting out information. On target was the then Chief Minister, Narendra Modi, but now with the court also now continuing to give a clean chit, and Home Minister Amit Shah also speaking today saying there was a deliberate conspiracy campaigns targeted at him. I saw him suffer quietly for 20 years. But now this with regard to the petition of Zakia Jafri, the allegations are, was it by Teesta Setalvad and at her behest that there was false information that was being pushed through? Former IPS officer Sanjeev Bhatt has been named in the FIR. Former IPS officer R.B. Srikumar has also been named in this. So we are staying with these story right now, the big news that is coming in, because at this point, remember, Teesta Setalvad had gained a lot of prominence with her campaigns with regard to the 2002 riots case. But now, as it appears, that could there have been false and incorrect information that had been pushed out. But this is specifically about her NGO. Teesta Setalvad runs an NGO, Citizens for Peace, and that also has faced siphoning of funds and incorrect information that she had been spreading. So there are two different cases here that has been referenced to. Initially, she was detained by the Gujarat Anti-Terror Squad officers who had reached her residence, had taken her to the Santa Cruz police station, which is as per protocol. And then after that, she's now been taken into arrest and likely will be now moved to Gujarat. The investigation found out that there was false information that was given through a petition, and that is now emerging with the action that is being taken against her. This is the FIR copy there on your screens right now. And there are the details of not only 3 accused who have been mentioned, repeating again here for our viewers: Teesta Setalvad, former IPS officer R.B. Srikumar, and also former IPS officer Sanjeev Bhatt. So as we closely look at this FIR copy, we can see that the 3 names that have been mentioned here, all of this, of course, remember, is in some way also interconnected. This is after Zakia Jafri, whose husband Ehsan Jafri was killed in the 2002 Gujarat riots case. The petitions that she had been putting in the court, and the court yesterday, I beg your pardon, had continued to give the clean chit to then Chief Minister Narendra Modi. The question that was being raised, and now the investigation, according to the officers of the ATS, that the petitions had mentions and inputs by Teesta Setalvad, and most of it appeared to be incorrect, is what the investigation had found. Dev Kotak is right now on location. Dev, over to you now, because you were showing us how earlier she was taken to the Santa Cruz police station, then she was detained, now she's arrested. Do you have the FIR copy with you? Do you have more details, Dev? Over to you, please.
Yes, if I can just point it out, firstly to begin with, this is a letter from D.B. Barad, who is the police inspector, Crime Branch, Ahmedabad. It's written here in Gujarati. Also, if I can point out the sections to you very quickly, the IPC sections are 457, 471, 194, 211, 218 and 120B, criminal conspiracy. These are all the sections under the Indian Penal Code. It also says that starting from 2002 until present date, until today, these are the kind of details that have also been mentioned in this copy, in this letter that was shared with the members of the press and the media by Teesta Setalvad's lawyer while being dragged away and forcefully taken away in a jeep. Teesta Setalvad also said this arrest is illegal. The way they have detained me is really not fair. She claimed that she was also assaulted inside her bungalow when a team of officials from the Ahmedabad crime branch entered her house there were two teams. There were two teams of policemen from Gujarat, while one team was here at the Santa Cruz police station completing the paperwork and the documentation so as to ensure that her detention or arrest becomes a lot easier, and another team was in the meanwhile trying to pick her up from her bungalow at Nirant, which is also the premises and the shared office space of her NGO CJP, Citizens for Justice and Peace. She is on her way right now. It has been almost close to 30 minutes that she was taken away from the police station to Ahmedabad via road. A jeep, a jeep bearing the Gujarat registration number is also on its way out, and about half a dozen to 7 police officials from the crime branch were present at the time when they took her away. So these are the kind of details we have for now. But also one very interesting thing is the fact that, let me point out to this letter which Tisa Setalwad wrote to Senior PI Bala Sahib of the Santa Cruz police station. It says that I fear for my life. These are the kind of, they did not show me any FIR or tell me why they had 8 to 10 people who had barged into my compound. I have a big bruise on my left hand which I showed to my lawyer, Mr. Kulkarni. This happened around 3:45 p.m. approximately. This is the kind of chronology. Around 1 p.m. on my office land, I got a call from CISF Noida who came and asked my colleague who had been picked up and asked who was in charge of my security and how many people asked, calling for her and asking her to be present. So, of course, there was no asking, there was no requesting her to be present, but straight away they had barged into her home and they had picked her up without really giving her any kind of reasonable explanation. And she was brought here, like I mentioned earlier, at the Santa Cruz police station. And also, she is being transported from Maharashtra to Gujarat because the team of Ahmedabad crime branch was here to personally and physically take custody of the activist who has been in question, especially since Mr. Amit Shah, the Union Home Minister, gave an interview to a news channel, rubbishing all her claims as baseless. So these are the kind of details that
Dave,
we have
keep
for now.
tracking
Of course,
all the
we'll keep
latest,
bringing
because as I'm reading through this specific FIR that you also have a copy and access to, very clearly here the crime branch is saying that it clearly shows that Sanjeev Bhatt, RB Srikumar, Tista Setalwad had conspired to abuse the process of law by fabricating false evidence to make several persons to be convicted for an offence that is punishable, and also adding that constantly by Zakia Jafri's petitions that were filed, whether it was the SLP or the petition in 2006, which was also with regard to the Citizens of Justice and Peace, which is an NGO headed by Tista Setalwad, that Tista Setalwad, according to the crime branch, was constantly tutoring Zakia Jafri to say what and how. So in this 10-page FIR copy, as I'm going through and scrolling right now, we'll try and get you the highlights and key takeaways soon from it. It claims to state very clearly here, establishing that Sanjeev Bhatt was lying that he attended a meeting on 27th February, but he wasn't there. RB Srikumar also stated incorrect information, and Tista Setalwad tutored some of those survivors. Listen in to what the lawyers are saying.
Tista Setalwad, human rights activist, and who has been helping the victims of Gujarat riots and across the country in many other cases, has been arrested today. She has been taken by Gujarat ATS right now, and the sections which they are applying is 468 and 471. We don't know the full details of the case as yet. We were not informed. They barged into, they assaulted her and they have taken her. फोर्जरी का केस है, तो हमको अभी डिटेल नहीं मालूम है कि क्या फोर्जरी का केस है। 468 और 471 बोला गया है।
Tista Setalwad officially taken into arrest by the Gujarat ATS. This in Mumbai. She'll be then taken to Ahmedabad shortly. Leaving you with these visuals and the FIR copy. We'll be tracking the latest from Maharashtra. Heading into a very short break. Stay tuned. You're watching India Today. Thank you.
You are watching India Today.
the men and women who built Indian industry, and the young guns who are shaping tomorrow's India. From storied careers to unicorn dreams, the past meets the future on the Business Today show with Uday and Mukherjee.
Do you want to hear dead people? Well, you might in the near future through Alexa. Amazon is all set to go a notch higher in the tech world with the introduction of its latest feature of Alexa. During Amazon's Global Artificial Intelligence and Machine Learning Conference, Alexa AI gave an unusual demo by mimicking the voice of a dead relative to a child. Yes, you heard it right. Through the use of artificial intelligence and recent advancements in text-to-speech technology, Alexa will be able to mimic someone's voice using less than a minute of recording. The AI may not eliminate the loss of your loved ones, but it can definitely make their memories last longer. While this may be comforting for some people grieving, a lot of netizens are feeling uneasy about the whole idea. Especially Twitterati is quite apprehensive and using hashtags like creepy and morbid for this new Alexa feature.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. You
Question on everyone's mind right now for Maharashtra politics is, will Eknath Shinde be the next big leader of the Shiv Sena led with the name of Bala Sahib Thackeray, or Uddhav Thackeray will manage to stop it? Right now, remember, the rebellion is on. The question is, who will win this time? Take a look at the special report.
Uddhav, Raj or Eknath Shinde, who will win the battle for Bala Sahib's legacy? With the rebel camp numbers swelling, Eknath Shinde is all set to give a double blow to Uddhav Thackeray. Not just is he all set to push him off the Chief Minister's chair, but is also likely to end Uddhav Thackeray's reign in the Shiv Sena. With the rebel camp near close to proving two-third majority, the question is if Eknath Shinde will now float his own party. Eknath Shinde claims to be a true Shiv Sainik and has promised to work on the ideals of Bala Sahib Thackeray.
सभी लोग जो है हम बाला साहब ठाकरे जी का जो हिंदुत्व है इस और उनकी जो भूमिका है उसको हम लोग आगे ले जाना चाहते हैं.
Uddhav Thackeray has not had it easy either. 2 months after Bal Thackeray's demise, Sena Executive President Uddhav Thackeray took over as the Sena President in January 2013. He admitted, though, that he could never replace his father, and epithets like Supremo and Hindu Hriday Samrat will always be associated to his father, Bal Thackeray. Trying to stay true to its Hindutva ideology, Shiv Sena, under Uddhav Thackeray, had allied with the BJP in 2014. The situation reversed, though, in 2019, with the two parties joining hands to fight polls together, yet splitting soon after, as BJP won 105 seats, refused to give up the Chief Minister's chair to the Shiv Sena, who landed 56 seats in the 288-member assembly. Uddhav then took the unexpected route to the throne by allying with Congress and NCP. Uddhav Thackeray since then has been slammed for shunning Sena founders' Hindutva legacy. He did respond to critics though, saying that his idea of Hindutva is different. Taking a jibe at the BJP, Uddhav was heard saying he does not want a Hindu Rashtra which is not peaceful.
शिवसेना कदापि हिंदुत्वापासून आणि हिंदुत्व कदापि शिवसेनेपासून दूर होऊ शकत नाही. कारण शिवसेना प्रमुखांनी जो एक कानमंत्र दिलेला आहे की हिंदुत्व हा आमचा श्वास आहे.
On the sidelines now is also Raj Thackeray, the nephew of Bal Thackeray. The MNS chief, in fact, bears close resemblance to his uncle in looks, aggression and oratory skills. He broke away from the Shiv Sena over tussle on who will be Bal Thackeray's political heir. Raj Thackeray founded MNS in 2006 and popularized Sons of the Soil campaign, over which Shiv Sena was built in 1966. The brightest showing for the MNS was in 2009 when Raj Thackeray ate into the Shiv Sena and BJP votes in Mumbai, Thane, Pune and Nashik, bagging 13 seats of the 288 assembly. MNS since has seen rapid decline. In 2014 and 2019 assembly elections, MNS managed to secure just one assembly seat, losing deposit in most others. In May 2014 Lok Sabha polls, Raj Thackeray openly backed Narendra Modi for Prime Minister and fielded candidates mostly against the Sena. However, in 2019 Lok Sabha polls, Raj Thackeray took a U-turn, criticized Narendra Modi but did not contest polls. Well, Uddhav Thackeray had till lately been the popular choice to take forward Bal Thackeray's legacy. But of all the revolts that the Shiv Sena has faced in over 50 years of its existence, the current one, led by Eknath Shinde, looks the most threatening. Uddhav now needs nothing short of a miracle to salvage his party. Vijay Kumar for India Today.
But the political battle seeing its consequences on the streets as well, as angry Shiv Sena workers have taken to the streets, vandalizing rebel MLA offices, burning effigies. Here's a complete report of how there's vandalism and violence taking place in the streets in different areas of Maharashtra.
Violence, vandalism, arson and a full-blown street fight. As the political scenario in Maharashtra escalates, Uddhav Sena's fury against rebel MLAs is now in full force. For Shiv Senics, all the rebel MLAs are traitors who've ditched Bala Sahib's legacy and his family in a very difficult time. And the Shiv Senics are on the rampage. And it's Eknath Shinde who's in the line of fire. Eknath Shinde's son, Member of Parliament Shrikant Shinde's office, was vandalized by Shiv Senics in Ulhasnagar. Offices, posters and anything linked to the rebel MLAs is now on target of the Uddhav Sena. Office of rebel MLA Tanaji Sawant in Pune was vandalized by the protesters who warned him of violent consequences the moment he returns to the tiger's den. Shiv Senics were also seen breaking window panes, shouting slogans against Tanaji Sawant.
एकनाथ शिंदे के जो भी नागपुर में बैनर लगेंगे, हम शिवसेना युवा सेना के तरफ से हम उनको लगने नहीं देंगे. ये हमारी तरफ से एक चेतावनी है. जो भी ये बैनर लगाएंगे उनके लिए.
In different parts of Maharashtra, effigies of rebel MLAs were burnt amidst chants of Shiv Sena Zindabad. This is in the first instance when offices of rebel Sena MLAs have been targeted. On the 23rd of June, Shiv Senics vandalized hoardings of rebel Sena MLAs in Mumbai. Hoardings of rebel MLA Mangesh Kudalkar were damaged and posters of MLA Dilip Lande were also smeared with ink. The situation is such that Mumbai police has had to issue not just an alert but also prohibitory orders across police stations in Mumbai and Thane, trying to ensure security at all political offices in the city. As tempers rise, Shiv Sena MP Sanjay Raut threatened the Eknath Shinde faction, asking them to be prepared for more.
देखिए, महाराष्ट्र में सब कुछ ठीक है. लॉ एंड ऑर्डर की बात करें, शांतता हो, सब कुछ ठीक है. लेकिन लोगों का गुस्सा, अभी देखिए अग्निवीर का मामला है, लोग गुस्से में है, लोग सड़क पर उतर गए. लोगों को अगर एक चीज़ पसंद नहीं पड़ती है, ये जनता है, पब्लिक क्राय है, तो लोग सड़क पर उतर जाते हैं। यही कार्यकर्ताओं ने आपको चुन को दिया है। आप शिवसेना के उम्मीदवार बने, शिवसेना ने आपको टिकट दिया, शिवसेना के कार्यकर्ताओं ने खून पसीना बहाया, सब कुछ दिया, पैसा भी दिया चुनने के लिए, आपको विधायक बनाया और अब भाग जाते हो। तो कार्यकर्ता तो गुस्से में हो गए। मैंने क्या कहा कल कि आप मुंबई में आइए, ये अल्टीमेटम की बात नहीं है। मैंने कहा आप आपके घर के हैं, आप हमारे बच्चे हैं, दोस्त है, भाई है। वहाँ सूरत में भागते हो, गुवाहाटी में भागते हो, अब मुझे किसी ने बोला कि गोवा में जा रहे हो। ये दर की ठोकरें खाने की जरूरत क्या है? आप घर में आइए।
Union Minister Ramdas Athawale hit out at Uddhav Thackeray's government over this vandalism and threats.
2/3 मेजॉरिटी से एकनाथ शिंदे के साथ एमएलए चले गए हैं, तो उनको मतलब शिवसेना की मान्यता मिलनी चाहिए और इसी तरह की दादागिरी करना अच्छी बात नहीं है। जो तोड़फाड़ हो रही है इसको रोकने की आवश्यकता है, लेकिन पुलिस के सामने इसी तरह की तोड़फाड़ हो रही है, ये बात बिल्कुल नाजायज है और बहुत ही गंभीर बात है।
With Uddhav Sena and Shinde Sena on the warpath, the fight is now getting downright personal and dirty. Bureau Report, India Today.
And on the biggest midnight scoop here on India Today, we have more details of Eknath Shinde's secret visit last night to Gujarat and how he flew back again to Guwahati in Assam. Details are emerging and sources are telling us that there was an Eknath Shinde and Devendra Fadnavis meeting. So could that be the first big signal of the rebel group and the Bharatiya Janata Party faction finally meeting? Could they be all set to make the first move? We are being told that late last night and likely after midnight, Eknath Shinde travels to Vadodara in Gujarat in a chartered aircraft and then met Devendra Fadnavis. All of this, is the big update coming in on this. We are now joined by the latest with my colleague Ankit on that. Ankit, very interesting. So Vadodara and a meeting with Devendra Fadnavis. As clear as it gets with a BJP hand in this.
What we have been doing so far is that we have been tracking flights that have been coming and leaving Guwahati during this political crisis in Maharashtra. What we observed and what later was confirmed by sources by our Mumbai bureau chief Sahil is that there was indeed a late night meeting in Vadodara involving top leaders of not only of BJP but also Shinde was participated in that meeting. What we did was we tracked the flight data and we observed that at least 4 different private jets took off from Guwahati, from Delhi, from Mumbai, and then it went via Indore to Vadodara. It all started at around 8 p.m. in yesterday evening when a private jet that flew from Delhi landed at Guwahati. It stayed there for about 2.5 hours. At around 10:30 p.m. yesterday evening, it flew back to Delhi. It stayed there for 15 minutes only. And then another private jet that was waiting at Delhi airport, that flew to Vadodara. That stayed there for about half an hour and then went back to Delhi. Then what we saw on the flight data was that another private jet that took off from Mumbai landed at Indore, that also reached Vadodara.
Ankit, I request you to please stay on with me. Ankit Kumar tracking all the latest. Remember, he's one of our best investigative reporters and he was able to track down that the aircraft flew to Vadodara and there was a meeting with Devendra Fadnavis, after which early in the morning, the aircraft returned to Guwahati. Arvind Sawant, Shiv Sena MP, is joining me now. Sir, clearly at this point, when we look at this development, as is being confirmed by India Today, could this be perhaps a clarity more that the Bharatiya Janata Party is all out to support Eknath Shinde and the rebel group?
Yeah, it's the truth. The truth. Everyone knows it. That since beginning, the BJP is behind it. We were knowing it. The BJP is only doing it. You just think of it. How much money is being spent on this? From there only you can make out who can do that. Who has got so much of power? Who has got so much of money? That shows now the politics is being ruined in the country.
But Sir, Bharatiya Janata Party says...
destroying the culture. Yeah.
So the BJP says we have nothing to do with this. We are not in a hurry. We are waiting. It is up to the Shiv Sena to decide. So this is their official stand. Yes.
This is again a deceptive way of expressing their views. The fact is that why they go to went to Surat. Who's there? Who's ruling in Surat? Who is ruling in Assam? Which party is ruling over there? That itself shows it. BJP is being, because unless, see how come the Gujarat police gives the support to such an extent? There are around 200, they say 300, 400 police officers were there. That shows it's BJP, nothing else, nothing. No, you don't need any investigation in this.
Sir, as my colleague Ankit Kumar is giving us details, said the aircraft went to Vadodara, not Ahmedabad, the city there, but also in giving details that it's Devendra Fadnavis who the meeting was with. But at this point, Mr. Arvind Sawant, it's not that they can immediately stake claim to the government. So what do you think the secret meetings are for? They will have to have their own party.
Important issue is that, okay, we don't bother. We have the power to come again, fly like a Finnish bird. So through ashes we will fly again. We have experiences in the past. This type of blows Shiv Sena has experienced in the past also. So we know how to come up with all these things. But the greed of the people for the power is being seen by the country over here. And for the power, what a party of a difference behaves. Party of a difference is behaving. The way they are behaving, they are destroying the democratic culture of the country.
Arvind Sawant, I request you to stay on. Our senior executive editor Sahil Joshi is also now joining me. Sahil, a big scoop there, and Arvind Sawant, the Shiv Sena MP, is joining us. Over to you if you would like to take also a question here.
Well, Mr. Sawant, what it seems now that Mr. Shinde has the numbers. They are saying that they have 2/3 MLAs with them. 38 MLAs they are claiming to have with Shinde. If they have the numbers, nobody can stop them from at least forming a separate group. May not be the Shiv Sena Legislative Party group, but some other group, and eventually if they decide they can merge with other party. What it seems is that your government seems to be in the minority at this point of time. Do you accept that you don't have the numbers at this point of time, or you still think that once these MLAs are back in Mumbai, you can still gather them together and form the government again, or to save your government again?
The latter part of your statement is much more important. The fact is that there are a number of MLAs who are in touch with us. They are saying that we are being forcibly confined to the hotel. They are not allowed to go anywhere. And you see the way it was, they were kept under the cage at Gujarat, again at Assam, and you have seen it the way the police is manhandling the people over there. And therefore, today also we have said, our doors are open. If they come, it's okay. If they don't come, still we are ready to face the situation. We don't bother, even if there's 2/3 and other thing. But take it from me that the law says they cannot remain a separate group. They cannot be, their existence will not be a separate group. They will have to merge with someone. The moment they show that they are more than 2/3, they will have to merge with someone. Either it is a BJP or it may be a party, wherever they. But they cannot remain as a Shiv Sena. Okay. Keep it in mind.
Okay, Mr. Sawant, you are saying...
This is the deceptive way of telling the people, we are Shiv Sainik, we are Shiv Sena, we are Balasaheb Skattar Shiv Sainik. All those are bogus statements, They are the liars. They were liars. They are liars. And future also they will go.
Mr. Sawant, what about those people who were there in Mumbai? They didn't go to Surat on the first day. On Tuesday, they were here in Mumbai. They were part of your meeting in Varsha. They were part of the meeting in Shiv Sena Bhavan. They were even protesting against Eknath Shinde. And the next day, what we saw is that they were...
You must have heard the
Mr.
Chief Minister of Maharashtra and the party chief has said. He said, I don't feel that the people should be confined forcibly. If they don't have a will to continue, let them go. And in our meeting, earlier meeting also he said, if they desire to go, don't force them to stay in the hotel, let them go. And that is why we have given the freedom. And they have been sold out. Everyone knows it. But you people don't have daring to speak about it. Everyone is knows
Do
it.
you
They
have
been
confidence
offered-
to take the
they have
no
been
confidence?
offered huge amount,
you-
which they never dreamt of. They were never dreamt of. That much amount has been offered to them, and the people either
Mr.
ED,
Sawant.
threatening, or money. All these three things have been applied, and people have gone for that. Okay, let them go if they don't believe in the thoughts. This is your Hindutva. This is your Hindutva. Okay then.
Mr. Sawant,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Sawant, do you have confidence that you will be able to take the no confidence vote if tomorrow the governor asks you to take the no confidence vote on the floor of the house?
Yeah, what is there?
Do you, are you confident that you will be able to take the vote? And secondly,
What can
do you
happen?
foresee
You
that there
tell me
will be a
what can
precedent?
happen? We may lose this.
No.
Are we born for that? We care a hit. We care a hoot about it. Look at the way Honorable Uddhav ji has behaved. Look at the way he has showed that he really is not greedy of the power or the chair. He left Varsha the moment he has seen it, the people are living like this. And said,
Are
"I
you
will go to
confident you have the majority?
That shows the
Are you
magnanimity
confident
of
you have the
person
majority?
who is not greedy for the chair. Those who are greedy for the chair and sold out commodity has gone to go.
No, are you confident that you have the numbers? You have the numbers? Are you confident you have the
we
numbers?
don't bother. I said just twice. Are you listening to me or not? I care a hoot.
No,
I
I'm
said.
listening to you. Yeah.
Then I care a hoot for it, I said. Even if we lose, we don't bother about it. We want people to be loyal. And these are not the loyal people that they see what has happened in the past. How many people have left Shiv Sena? How many people have left in other parties? What has happened to them? What has happened to them? Just go through the history of it.
The political party as a
will
Shiv
stay.
Sena is
Party will
strongly
always
behind.
stay. It will
Party will
not
stay.
get any harm out of it.
You don't worry that Eknath Shinde will try to take on the symbol or the name and all that stuff. You have no worry about that because he's saying that he also has the support of the
Forget
cabinet.
about law. Don't you apply logic at least? How can you take a symbol just because few MLAs are gone? Is it the symbol of the MLAs? And there are not
No, it's a
elected
legislative
other
party.
members.
We understand
there are
that.
members of parliament.
Yeah.
There are other
Yeah.
MLAs. There are corporators. There are Jilla Parishad members. There are Panchayat members. There are Sarpanch. What are these? It's the people who vote for a Roy Naro. It's not he. Tomorrow somebody from the other side will say, we are going to. Can they do it? Is it logical? It is unlawful also. It cannot be done. Keep it in mind. See in the past what has happened.
Okay, lastly, I want to understand. Are you going to fire all the ministers who have gone to Guwahati at this point of time? 7 to 8 ministers are there at this point of time in Guwahati. Is the chief minister of the opinion that these people should not be the ministers anymore in the cabinet? Because you have not started the disqualification procedure against all the MLAs. You have started only
initiated
against
the
the
action,
16 people.
lawful action, legal action has been initiated and it is in the process. Whether the notices have been given for the disqualification, we have demanded, we have given petitions against 16 members. Let us see, it's a legal battle now. So we are there. We are ready to fight with the legal battle right now. Okay.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Sawant, for speaking to India today about this. Pooja, you heard Mr.
Yes.
Sawant. He's saying that, from his, when we are trying to ask him whether he has the numbers, he says that they don't care if they have the numbers or not. What it clearly seen is that right now, the situation right now is what happens tomorrow is a different thing. You can always have a hope. And Shiv Sena really hopes that when these people will be back in Mumbai, there is a possibility that some MLAs may switch over. But right now, what is the situation? 38 MLAs who were elected on Shiv Sena's ticket, 2/3 of the MLAs of the Shiv Sena's original 56 are right now with
But Sahil, this
Eknath
big
Shinde.
meeting,
That's
the
how
midnight
Eknath
meeting
Shinde
that
is
took
claiming
place in Vadodara, likely with Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde, perhaps reveals a lot more that could be happening behind closed doors.
Well, that is something which is really interesting because this is the first time after what happened that day, after Eknath Shinde switched over and went to Surat. After that, this is for the first time Devendra Fadnavis and Eknath Shinde would have met in person. Maybe they might have been in touch because, let's understand the chronology, how it started. On 10th of June, there were Rajya Sabha elections in Maharashtra.
Yes.
The 10th of June, NDA, the BJP, got 10 votes more from the MVA quota. So there were 10 MLAs who cross-voted to the BJP side. These MLAs were mostly independent and the smaller parties. That's what the MVA thought. Didn't pay much of the attention. They still had the majority. Now on 20th of June, there were Vidhan Parishad elections, the Legislative Council elections. In those elections, 21 people from MVA cross-voted to the BJP, but that was not enough. The cross-voting happened within Shiv Sena as well, and that was the ringing bell. After that, the party woke up and started calling Eknath Shinde, realizing in the night that Eknath Shinde is no more to be traced. After that, from the next day onwards, Eknath Shinde is out of Mumbai. So Devendra Fadnavis meeting Eknath Shinde clearly shows now that there will be a last leg of this whole
very interesting. Are we
drama.
looking at perhaps the next big move, Sahil, with regard to the government formation, or perhaps how the Shiv Sena will be in the next few days? Sahil, I have to head into a very short commercial break, but stay on with us because, you know, it is a potboiler, a thriller with constant twists and turns. And India Today getting you all the latest, heading into a very short break. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Thank you for watching.
You are watching India Today.
La main des aides-soignants. Pourquoi? Parce que les aides-soignants aujourd'hui, ils sont globalement sous l'eau. Ils ne peuvent plus faire leur métier qui est de soigner. Et donc nous, Emobots, on leur fournit cette information de l'état émotionnel. Ils vont pouvoir mieux comprendre l'évolution de l'émotion de leurs résidents, de leurs patients. Et derrière, on sera aussi capable d'objectiver. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, quand on fait un test pour la dépression, c'est un test normé, ponctuel. On demande à la personne de verbaliser les informations. Et donc ça pose plein de problèmes. Et notamment de difficultés pour les personnes qui ne peuvent pas verbaliser.
You are watching
Facial recognition is a biometric technology used to authenticate or identify an individual from a photograph or a facial image. The technique makes it possible to authenticate identity to check that an individual is who he or she claims to be. The image is compared to an existing image in a database. A person can also be identified in a group, place, image or database. From a still or from video, software generates an image based on the face's unique traits, the base of the ears, the distance between the two pupils, the shape of the nose, eyebrows and mouth, and the even skin grain. Hair and clothes are not taken into account. The next step is to compare the face print with images in the database. To reduce the margin of error, the quality of the image must be good. The face must be well lit, full face at a correct distance from the lens. Originally used to fight crime, facial recognition now has more mundane uses such as accessing bank accounts and social media platforms. But there are worries it could also present a threat to privacy and individual liberties. The technology also raises questions about the use of databases.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching
India's #1 political reporter.
Defines what seems to be happening, vendetta politics. कोई दूध के से धुला हुआ नहीं है.
Unmatched eye, unmatched experience.
The world has changed. My black hair has become grey as well.
And with unmatched passion for the story.
Do not monopolize the conversation.
When it's 100% pure prime time. It's